excited to see all you guys in person, and we also have people online. Big shout out to LIS for helping us with the webinar. We couldn't have done that without them. But we are so excited. We have some amazing speakers for you guys. Tammy Harmon she's just done a wonderful job getting everything together. And we also have some amazing door prizes, so it's going to be really exciting throughout the day, so stay tuned for that. We'll just do a couple of announcements and then we'll kind of get everything started. We wanted to let you guys know our last luncheon of the year is going to be our December luncheon, and that one's always fun, so you're going to want to come. It's also going to be an ethics speaker. So if you are a CPLTA and you're needing to get your ethics credit, come to the December luncheon. Speaking of CPLTAs, make sure you go on and you claim all of your points for the symposium. There's several, what is it, 6? Oh, 5 and then 1 non-core. Yeah, so go on there and claim get your points. If you're not a CPLTA, we highly, highly encourage you guys to become one. It's really awesome. And if you're interested in testing, please let Tammy Caldwell know. She's happy to, let you guys know what you got to do. We do have a testing group, I think October 29th. But she can let you guys know how to get signed up for all of that if you're interested. And then lastly, we want you guys to join the board. So if you are interested in getting a little bit more involved in our organization, being a member of our board is a great way to do that. There's positions that have a lot of responsibilities all the way down to, some that are a little bit more, easy for people with a lot of busy lifestyles. So if you're interested at all, just reach out to one of the current board members and we can kind of direct you on how to get more involved. It's really great. Get networking and get to know all sorts of amazing people and just be part of a great organization. So let us all know about that. And then if you don't have a ticket in your name tag, everyone should have a red ticket in your name tag. If you're missing one, we found a little lone ticket on the floor, so let me know. This one's probably yours. But you'll want to keep these because for all of our in-person people, you'll have this little red ticket, and we are going to have $500 worth of door prizes today, so that's exciting. But then the first 50 people that signed up online for our symposium are also in another drawing. This might be in a moment for all of these wonderful prizes down here. So be prepared for all that fun stuff coming. Anyway, we're going to have Emily Nolan come up. She's going to talk a little bit about our charity that we're doing today, and we're also going to continue it into our December luncheon.
Hello, my name is Emily Nolan, for those who don't know me. This year we are doing a 50-50 drawing for a charity that seems to be really cohesive with what's been going on this year and the last year with the COVID and all the loss and everything. So we've chosen Calm Waters, which is a local Oklahoma City nonprofit who they help children and families in a time of loss and grief due to death, divorce, or other significant loss. So it's a really good cause, and several of our OCAPTLA family members have been there and utilized their services, and they have nothing but good things to say. So this is a really good cause that we are really happy to support. And like Jessica said, we will be continuing this through our December luncheon as well. So what we're doing is a 50-50 raffle where 50% of the proceeds will go to the Calm Waters charity, and 50% of the proceeds goes to a winner of the raffle. And so we've made it also available to where people on the webinar can do it as well by Venmo if you'd like to join us. We'll send out a link about the name for who to Venmo, which is OCAPTLA Lease Title Analyst of OK. And already the pot is up to over $200. So whoever wins already is guaranteed to win $100. So hopefully it keeps going up, and we'll give an update at lunch or something like that. So thank you for donating to our cause. And next up we have Tammy Garden.
morning. It is my pleasure to introduce our first speaker of the day, and that would be Brooke Simmons. Brooke is the president of the Petroleum Alliance of Oklahoma. The Petroleum Alliance is the only trade association in Oklahoma that represents every segment of the oil and natural gas industry, representing more than 1,300 members, companies engaged in upstream, midstream, and downstream sectors of the state's defining industry. He's been on multiple boards, and it's my pleasure to introduce Brooke Simmons.
What she just said was I'm uniquely unqualified to do much else. Thank you very much, Tammy. Appreciate it. It's really good to be here with you today. And one of the things that I'm trying to do is to make certain that as the president of the Petroleum Alliance, I'm getting out and I'm networking as much as possible with all the sister organizations. We have the Society of Petroleum Engineers, SPE. We have the Association of Drilling Engineers, that's AADE. And we had a security briefing at our office by our network IT people. And they were talking about creating really good passwords. So I think I've got it figured out. I'm going to use OCAPTLA for my passwords, and there's not going to be one Russian hacker who's going to be able to figure out what we're doing. Now, I joke about that because, again, the alphabet soup. Half of our members sometimes get confused about what to call us. They don't know whether to call us a PAO or OPA as we try to sort of abbreviate our lives and move on in conversations. But I want to talk just a little bit about why we became one entity instead of two entities. So really a few years ago, OIPA and OCAPTLA were two separate organizations. We agreed on most things. We chose to fight over a few things. It was confusing to lawmakers about what we stood for as an industry. It didn't win us any friends at all. It reduced our effectiveness at the Capitol. So instead of handing our opponents another stick to divide us, and I want to touch on this a little bit in the talk as well, we came together and now work to create a brighter future for every sector of the industry, upstream, midstream, downstream, service, and companies of every size. It doesn't really matter if your company has 11 employees or 1,100 employees. If you're serious about working in the oil and gas industry in Oklahoma and in the mid-continent, then you have a place inside the organization. And it's a really great investment. We have two goals, advocating on behalf of the industry and putting together the region's sort of best networking opportunities and information sharing events for business development, and to help make sure our members understand what's over the horizon so that they can plan appropriately and meet that challenge head on and win. We have a number of partner programs. I don't know if anybody here wears 2 or 3 hats inside their organizations. Sometimes that's the case. But from outstanding associated healthcare plans, so companies can save money for those companies between 2 and 50 employees on insurance, or discounted tuition rates at OU and Oklahoma City University, so you can continue your education there. So all of those things sort of work together and help us not only save money, but sort of come together as organizations all leaning in the right direction. So I know who I'm talking with today. Can I see a show of hands for those who work in companies under 50 employees? Okay. Now, how about companies over 200 employees? And any for companies over 1,000 employees? Okay. So we have a pretty good cross-section here. And I think it's pretty representative of the industry itself. So our members, as we discussed, produce, process, transport, and refine an estimated 84% of Oklahoma's crude oil, 75% of its natural gas, and we're the primary drivers of Oklahoma's economy. As you guys know, we have a very highly specialized economy. And I want to talk today a little bit about where we are, where we may be going, where we've been, some challenges that we face, and then why we all need to stick together as much as is possible. Yesterday, I ran into one of our members who markets oil and gas properties across Oklahoma and in several other states. we were talking about the pace of deal flow. And as we talked about it, we realized that it's like a river that has been in a hard freeze. This is the Red River. It was frozen in 1983 and again in February of 2021. You guys remember Winter Storm Uri. Well, you have ice jams. You have complications associated with that. Yes, things are moving, but they're moving slowly. Ice jams and obstacles and sellers. I bet some of you are running into this in your conversations in your buildings. Sellers who really don't know how to value what they have in this environment. We are melting up, clearly, with crude oil and natural gas prices rising. How high will they go? For how long? Are we going to have $10 natural gas and $100 oil? Or will inflation, supply chain issues, shareholder behaviors, the Delta variant, or screw-ups, or just really bad decisions in Washington, D.C. take us again? So, how bad did it get? Well, there have been 266 E&P company bankruptcies since January 2015. Plus, we estimate another 300 service and midstream company bankruptcies, which wiped out hundreds of billions of dollars of shareholder value and investment. They were all over the nation and in Canada. So, as we think about where we are today, while the risk appetite may be returning, the shareholders, especially for the publicly traded companies, they have really no desire to do that again. So that's why you hear the publicly traded companies focused on dividends and returning cash to the shareholders. You guys know, if you're returning cash to the shareholders, you're going to have less drilling capital available to put rigs in the air and do development. So as I think about where we are today, I think about that massive growth period of the shale revolution largely being over, coming to a close, entering a new phase in its development. We may never see 200 rigs running in Oklahoma again. And I want to remind you that in 2018, we had 148 rigs running in Oklahoma. And we probably don't need as many rigs, probably don't need as many companies, or, frankly, people to recover a similar amount of oil and natural gas as we did a decade ago. Technology always creates these kind of synergies. So you take those kind of synergies, and you also think about the starvation when it comes to capital. And we have some pretty interesting recipes. And I don't know whether I necessarily like the taste, but it is what it is. So according to Baker Hughes, there were 528 rotary rigs working nationwide as of Friday, with the vast majority of those being in the Permian Basin of Texas and New Mexico. So we've had our stress test as an industry. The industry knows where the most efficient places are for its capital. If a company has Permian assets today, the first $2 of every $3 they have to invest is probably going to go there or to another play. I will tell you, I saw Louisiana take off in the first quarter and the second quarter of this year. The count has actually come down a bit in Louisiana. But why? People recognized that natural gas was going to rip. So they were looking for those type of investments. However, when I say that, I want to point out that I think Oklahoma is slowly, but I think on a broad basis, and perhaps on a fragile basis, coming back to life. Beginning to compete with Louisiana for that drilling capital. Last week we had 40 rigs, rotary rigs, drilling new wells in Oklahoma. And we're really happy to put 2019, 2020 behind us and sort of get on to this next phase in the cycle. This map shows it, or this chart shows it, and I have a normalized chart that will show it even more. I may get into it if we want to talk public policy and how it might impact companies' decisions on where they're going to invest. But Oklahoma was a loss leader, falling farther and faster than our peer state competitors for drilling capital. In 2019 through 2020, we bottomed out, as you well know, with just 8 or 9 rigs working in the state of Oklahoma. All new production was effectively shut in. And over the past 2 years, Oklahoma Oklahoma has shed tens of thousands of oil and gas jobs. Nationally, according to Rystad, the industry lost an estimated 120,000 employees, and perhaps more, particularly within the service sector. Direct, full-time oil and gas extraction employment in Oklahoma hit the bottom in December 2020, and we have slowly begun to add back jobs. You can see the preliminary data there for August 21 at 28.7. So the direct, full-time oil and gas extraction workforce is identified by the Department of Labor under the NAICS code as mining and logging. So that shows up in the company reports, etc. So today that workforce, we have to remember, is only 45% of what it was at peak employment in November 2014. Now, beginning with the first and second quarters of 2021, and coincident with price improvements, we started seeing some real improvements in rig activity and some fresh operators joining those few who had kept a rig or two working through the pandemic. When I made these slides yesterday afternoon, WTI price for November delivery was north of 77 bucks, and forward prices on natural gas were at $6. So you can pretty easily pick out Winter Storm Uri on this slide, right? So that massive draw in natural gas this winter and the corresponding uptick in oil and natural gas price clearly has driven activity throughout the state. In the Anadarko Basin, in the Arkoma Basin, and across those legacy fields as well, where some of you may be doing your most important work. So we had vertical and workover rigs going since spring, with repairs and improvements being made to capture those price opportunities. And our office is on Lincoln Boulevard. I don't know if you've seen it, but there's kind of the interchange where 235 and 40 and everything sort of runs together. They're just east of downtown, south of the Capitol. And you know that's a historic Oklahoma City oil field with lots of pump jacks working there. I can tell you it was so great this spring to start seeing those workover crews get back out there and tune up those wells and make them available to capture this upside. And so while we have sort of less perfect data on those workover and small vertical rigs, this mid-September snapshot of operators with active rotary rigs drilling new wells is similar to what we began seeing at the beginning of the second quarter and gives you an idea about who the production leaders are going to be at the end of 2021. Some public companies demonstrated extreme capital discipline or focused their dollars on more profitable Permian assets. Several private equity-backed and family-owned companies began to put more rigs to work in Oklahoma as the economy began to rebound. Now I want to show you just a few slides here with completions, poolings, and permits over 5 slides. I'm going to bet that the people in this room worked on a lot of this stuff. Now, on the left side, I put the counties where the activity is taking place or the applications are filed for, and on the right, I have the operators. They're not on this chart to correspond with one another. This is just for convenience sake for us. But if you don't mind, I'm going to slowly go through that. So I think you can see what I'm seeing is that pace of activity is happening not just in the Anadarko Basin, but in other places in the legacy fields as they re-enter those wells to recomplete improved performance. Top 20 for each of these categories. Some of you probably see your companies in here. So that makes me feel pretty good about where Oklahoma is with regard to its recovery. It's not just in one location. It's in multiple locations. It's with multiple operators. It is both new exploration, production, and legacy work. Dana Murphy is your keynote speaker today, so she may update this slide. But what I want to do is point out that here clearly on the right, you have vertical well operators who have wisely leaned into the higher price environment to add incremental production through workovers and recompletions. Now, I got an email last night from an economist that I work very closely with at the American Petroleum Institute. I always like to have good data that I can relate to my members, actionable intelligence if possible. And he sent me his takeaways from the latest data he was pulling from the Department of Energy and EIA. So basically, it's the world needs more petroleum. Demand is ripping. The global economy wants to grow. The U.S. economy wants to grow. Inflation is here. Higher oil and natural gas prices are here. If the trajectory of our economy, economic recovery continues on pace, these higher oil and natural gas prices are going to be here for a while. So that's a great thing for Oklahoma. Of course, as you guys know, higher prices is also a double-edged sword. When we think about those guys and gals in Washington, D.C. who love to saber rattle, will use any opportunity to demonize you guys, what do you think they're going to do when those prices are northward? People are complaining, beating on their doors, you greedy oil companies, right? Makes for good headlines, makes for good committee hearings if they can have it. So be mindful of that. And on the supply side, we have more crude oil and natural gas to bring to the party. But really the coastal elites and the federal Democrats who are in charge. And by the way, when I was raised in Arden, Oklahoma, my parents always emphasized to me that the Democrat Party was the party of the working man, the working family. And I don't want to be partisan here, but we've got this situation where a once great political party has sort of been taken over by some extremists, and they're calling the shots. They're calling the shots at the White House, they're calling the shots in the House of Representatives, they're calling the shots in the U.S. Senate. They are completely misaligned with where I think many within their own party want to take them. So they hate pipelines, they hate crude oil and natural gas wells, they despise what you do for a living. They talk about on the campaign trail how they want to put oil and gas executives in jail. They want to punish us for enabling modern life. And so remember, we have that sort of scenario at the federal level, and we also have capital discipline. So I wonder why these guys are smiling. These guys are not for U.S. production, right? These are the guys to whom the president made a call most recently to say, hey guys, can you guys please pump a little bit more to keep our economy going? Because they understand the headwinds that are coming too. Despite all the rhetoric, they understand that petroleum and natural gas is going to be critically important. So that sort of reality check is there from the national security side of the equation and from White House officials and others who recognize that this inflation could kill the economy. And that would have an impact, right? So one of the things that is the most frustrating for me, and I think probably for many in this room, is we ask ourselves this question, so if the U.S. needs us, then why do those in control find it so easy to despise us, to overlook us, to demonize us in the name of the Church of Climate Change? And this is where the drilling activity is happening in those counties that are highlighted. Out of 3,143 total U.S. counties, county equivalents, drilling is happening in only about 118 of them. Now we know there are more than 10 million jobs that depend on the U.S. oil and natural gas industry. And the benefit of what we do here at home, in Oklahoma, elsewhere, plays out in all 50 states. And that the supply chain for this industry is important for jobs in Michigan and Wisconsin too. But we wonder why that doesn't resonate more loudly at the national level. Well, lawmakers representing oil and gas counties are outnumbered in Washington, D.C. And the Indiana mom who is passing Joe's Valve manufacturing shop on her way to work She may not ask herself how important Joe's valves are to the Anadarko Basin or the Arcoma Basin or Oklahoma or Texas. So, are any of these counties populated enough to drive the national agenda? Let me ask this question. Are we going to become more important or less important as we think about redistricting? We think about population flows from rural areas to urban areas. Can we make a difference? Well, I'm going to try to get a little good news and say, yes, we can. So this is the current makeup of the U.S. House of Representatives. And if you were paying attention to where that drilling activity is happening, and probably some of the work that you're doing back in your own companies, you understand the New Mexico side of the Permian Basin. And take a look at that House seat that was flipped to be a red seat in the last election in southeastern New Mexico. That sort of electoral victory actually helps moderate the ability of those who are out of touch with where working families are in middle America and flyover country. It helps moderate their agendas. I'm going to provide you a very specific example. So these targets are those congressional districts where Democrats are renting these seats. They're in red states. Maybe they won by a plurality. Maybe they got 48% of the vote in a multiple candidate race. Maybe they won by just 1.6%, 51.6%. And they know that they're in the crosshairs in the next congressional election. So right now we have a national media effort going on to sensitize the representatives in those targeted districts about what's so wrong with the reconciliation bill that is being debated in both the House and the Senate. I know you've heard about it on the news. And what the impact is going to be for oil and gas states. The green circles there, that represents the districts for those 7 Texas Democrats who really stood up against Nancy Pelosi and told her that they would not support some of her efforts. So 3 of them actually, most recently, basically said, unless this bill changes, you absolutely 100% do not have my vote on anything. And here we are with very aggressive reconciliation plans that reflect probably a pretty narrow interest, but that appeals to those blue districts along the coast, is sort of collapsing on itself right now. So they were able to keep out of the House bill the tax provisions that you see there on the left side of the screen. The expensing of ordinary and necessary business expenses in the oil and gas industry. They were able to keep out the repeal of percentage depletion. The other provisions there, those are critical. But as you can see within the reconciliation bill that's still alive round in the House of Representatives, there's some really awful stuff in there that will impact Oklahoma and will impact operations on federal land in New Mexico if you have federal land in New Mexico, or if you have federal land in Wyoming. So the chief offender right now is that $1,500 per ton methane tax on upstream and midstream facilities who report their emissions to EPA. Clean electricity payment program, that gets into the strictures or parameters that basically would make natural gas not viable for power generation in the United States as the left tries to create more reliance on intermittent sources. Texas experienced the downside of that. We experienced the downside of that as well in this last storm. Thank God no one died in Oklahoma. 200 people just 130 miles south perished because they didn't have access to heat. Here's a copy of the letter and a copy of the names of the 7 Texas Democrats who really stood out and told leadership that they couldn't go there. In particular, I want to point out Henry Cuellar, Vicente Gonzalez, and Finland Vela from Texas, who went back that second time, as I mentioned, and basically upbraided leadership again. So this is an extremely dynamic situation, as you well know. If you've been following the news, that you know that all eyes are on two Senate Democrats, Joe Manchin and Kristen Sinema. Joe Manchin from West Virginia, an oil and gas state, a hydrocarbon state, a coal state. He understands. He recently made a statement, I think it was this weekend, where he said natural gas has to be part of power generation, and we cannot remove our ability to have reliable power thanks to natural gas. So we really don't know what the deal is going to look like. We have the promises of Senator Schumer, Budget Chairman Bernie Sanders, and Finance Chair Ron Wyden, basically to eliminate all oil and gas tax provisions and enact a carbon tax. They don't tell us how much that carbon tax is. Senator Sheldon Whitehouse said yesterday that he believed a lot of people were underestimating the odds for a carbon tax in the U.S. Senate. Throw it out there. I don't know whether he's trying to make his own luck or not. Ultimately, the deal is going to be probably driven by the debt ceiling. Joe Manchin is probably going to write that deal. I expect that there will be an immense amount of pressure on Republicans to cave on the debt ceiling at some point. But if a bad bill passes along the lines of either the House bill or what has been promised in the Senate bill, it probably is going to drive production out of Oklahoma, probably to Texas, to those places where operators can get a better return on their investment. If there is a further prohibition or detriment to production on federal lands, Oklahoma could benefit in some ways as operators who are now drilling up all of those wells as fast as possible in New Mexico federal lands look for other places to go. They might invest in Oklahoma. It's hard to tell, but I think it would be a real and present danger to those family-owned businesses, the smaller companies and the marginal well operators. I don't know of very many marginal well operators who can afford the type of tax that they're talking about, whether that be on methane or the controls, without some further assistance or help. It's just not economic enough unless prices go to $200, which is part of the design here. What they want to do is create an additional artificial energy scarcity. So if they drive up prices enough so they can berate company CEOs and in committee hearings and things like that, and they can also take that money away, they hope, if people are angry enough about it, and they can direct those funds to intermittent sources and renewables that don't make it right now. But this issue about climate, it's a real threat. Now, oil and gas makes up around 3% of the S&P 500. A decade ago, it was 15%. In 1980, it was 25%. ExxonMobil joined the Dow Jones Industrial Average in 1928 as Standard Oil. In 2020, as you well know, it was removed from the Dow Jones Industrial Average. This year, shareholder activists added 3 new members to ExxonMobil's board to push it away from hydrocarbons. The week prior to that, a Dutch court ruled that Shell is responsible for contributing to climate change and ordered it to cut greenhouse emissions by 45% by 2030, including emissions contributed by consumer use of its products, so-called Scope 3 emissions. So we talked about risk. The money guys have been asking themselves, and this may be starting to change a bit, if the risk of their bosses getting dragged before a congressional committee to explain their firm's environmental, social, and governance plan is greater than the return that they will get on their oil and gas investment. And some are deciding why risk it, but also now we can see a little bit more of a leaning into the space because they recognize that prices are going to rip. Then one of the things that we haven't touched on, but I think probably some of you have experienced, is industry consolidation. That has arrived. You had ConocoPhillips, Concho, Chevron, Noble, Pioneer Parsley, Canna Newfield, Occidental Anadarko, Devon WPX. The Cabot Cimarex deal just got approved by shareholders, I think this past week. So who's next? How many E&P companies do we need? How many employees? And what does the digital oil field mean for future jobs? Does that matter? Yeah, especially for Oklahoma. largest private sector contributor to the state's economy, providing $65.4 billion to state GDP in 2018, 1/3 of total state GDP. It provides 1 out of every $3 in earned income, creates 1 out of every 5 jobs, and actually that tightened up. And for Oklahoma, in the most recent data set that we have, it's 1 out of every 4 jobs in Oklahoma was attributed to oil and natural gas. And as you guys know, every well creates a revenue stream for the community, which is drilled. At the state level, we provide 1 out of every $4 for public spending through the taxes that we pay. So look at some of the local revenue derived. Now that's just not just in local taxes paid, but in new customers at a favorite restaurant, the coffee shop, the motel, the car dealership, the service station, the equipment manufacturer, Main Street businesses, law offices, the bank, the barber, not my barber, but somebody else's barber. And in 2011, we did a study by IHS Markit that revealed that every $1 million in upstream onshore investment creates 6 direct jobs, 33 indirect jobs, and results in $1.1 million in total taxes and $5.1 million in total GDP. Now that data set was created when there were 148 rigs running in the state of Oklahoma. I want to remind you that now there are 40 rigs. So it's also important to remember royalties. Oklahoma land and mineral owners have received more than $30.4 billion, that's billion with B, in oil and natural gas royalties since 2003. And that system of capital creation circulates throughout the state economy, supports the farmers, the ranchers, sends kids to college, kickstarts new businesses, and funds most of this state's charitable work. So I think I'm going to stop right there with just a reminder. We have a highly specialized oil and gas economy. Highly specialized economies are not necessarily bad things. Silicon Valley is a highly specialized economy, so is Manhattan. But we need to recognize that a primary driver of economic activity and jobs, when we see that, and we need to nurture it. The public policy decisions being made right now in Washington, D.C. will have a direct impact on what you do at work on a daily basis. So elections matter. Remember that. I think we have a little bit of time for questions. If we have questions or want to get into another discussion. If you have questions, just stand up and holler.
I have a question.
Right. So, one, if you didn't hear the question is about renewables. What's my take on energy transition, renewables, etc.? I believe that most of us would probably say we're for all of the above, but I think that most of us also would probably say, but hold on just a second, if I have to pay for that, or if I'm going to lose my job, or if I'm going to be in a situation this winter where my family is cold and freezing because we have unreliable power generation sources that are supposed to be keeping me warm, then I'm probably going to have a problem with that. People talk about natural gas as a bridge to the new future, a renewable future. Folks, I don't know, absent some major public policy choices and even more massive subsidization than we already have going, whether that bridge, it might be pretty darn long. I'm going to show you one slide on this very topic because it's relevant. We talked about Uri at the beginning, the thaw. Let me see if I can find it. So this is the wind drought that existed across the majority of the United States of America for 12 days in February. And Texas did not have access to natural gas. And you know the results. Thank God we did not have deaths in Oklahoma as a result of that storm. But we have basically built our system and subsidized it enough. And Oklahoma, I think, is the number 2 producer of electricity through wind generation. We're sort of at a tipping point, right? So a lot of the folks in this room have been working in companies that are barely just getting, $1.90, $1.80 less if you have the deducts in there on natural gas for how many years? And over time, that limits your ability to invest in lots of things. Not only new supply, but if you think about just sort of a drying up of opportunity, pretty soon you run hydrocarbon guys out of business. Now, if you take a look at your SPP.org view, the front page is going to show you what the power generation mix is for the Southwest Power Pool, I think that's the name of it, the regional transmission organization that helps us all sort of manage the flow of electricity in and out and over and around, and tries to help make certain that they're turning on the right kind of resources at the right time so the power gets to you and you flip the switch and the electricity comes on. You'll be able to see that there are days that go by where wind is not generating a darn thing, right? You know, the sun is not shining at night. So the wind doesn't blow all the time, the sun does not shine all the time, and we are going to have base load reliable power needs that must be met. I worry that the more Washington, D.C. or state of Oklahoma and others sort of incent these intermittent sources, these unreliable renewables, and we're going to start to see more cascading problems like we witnessed for the first time with Winter Storm Uri since 1983, basically. Answer your question. Any others? Yes. It's very frustrating. And I think we frequently find ourselves engaged with friends and family members at the restaurant or at the Thanksgiving table, and maybe they have a different point of view than you do, or maybe you don't understand what you do. But I think there's an opportunity for a dialogue, and I think Mindy may get into some of these discussions when she talks a little bit about some of the OERB's ambassador program. But we're trying to create toolkits to help folks have those conversations, identify what the real issues are, help mitigate concerns. I will tell you, if environmentalists want to fight climate change, they need to embrace natural gas. The reason that the United States of America is leading the world in greenhouse gas emissions reductions is because of the work that people are doing in this room. And I get emotional about it because I care, right? So we have to remember that that's a real thing. And to find that place where we can identify common concerns and then begin educating them a little bit about what we do. Mindy, when she speaks, you'll hear a little bit about the ambassador program. I hope she might touch on that. But we're trying to educate us to be like the workers in the vineyard, to be able to have those kind of conversations. And it's vitally important. It's not easy, but I think if you have those calm conversations and you're trying to identify those places where you have alignment and agreement, wouldn't it be true that we both want to reduce greenhouse gas emissions? Yes. Let me tell you how we're doing it, and how what we're doing at our own company is demonstrating the production of natural gas to drive down greenhouse gas emissions. I bird walked around that, but I hope I answered your question. Any others? Cool. Thank you very much for your time today. I really do appreciate it. I hope that if your company is not a member of the Petroleum Alliance of Oklahoma, that you will reach out. We have a great membership and development team, Annie Parks and Natalie Kenmuth, who can help you with that. If you want my email address to follow up with me on some of those things, it's just brooke@okpetro.com, BROK at okpetro.com. Thanks very much. Appreciate it, Tammy. We are going to draw now, I believe.
First of all, I want to thank for us. We appreciate it. Here's a small token for our appreciation.
Thank you very much.
Just in case my name is called, we're going to let Brooke actually do the drawing. But what we're going to do right now is we're going to do 4 $25 gifts for our drawings. So we will let him do the honors. If you don't mind reading
I don't.
the last one.
All right, I'm gonna put on my glasses to make sure I don't miss anything. This is big, important stuff here. So the last 4 digits are 4595. 4595. All right. Do it. The next winner is 4568. The last 4 digits, 4568. Got a winner right over here.
Yeah, I'm sorry, they're the red tickets back here.
Red tickets on the lanyard.
Yeah.
Next one, last 4 digits, 4606. 4606. All right, got a winner over here. And the last one,
For this one.
4571. 4571. At the back. All right.
It's my privilege to introduce the next speaker for today's event, Mindy Stitt with OREB. Mindy is the Executive Director of the Oklahoma Energy Resource Board, OERB. Prior to her current position, she was the Assistant Director overseeing OERB's statewide student education programs. Mindy has become one of the first employees of the OERB and when she joined the organization in 1994. She was previously employed by Brown and Borelli, an independent oil and natural gas company. She attended Southwestern State University, majoring in elementary education. That's quite the detour, but it's my honor to present Mindy Stitt. So.
We welcome Mindy Stitt. I believe my mic has. I think she switched you. Okay. Well, if you can hear me in the back, I'll go ahead and start. Okay.
Good morning. I appreciate the opportunity to be here today to talk about the OERB and what we do and what you can do to help us moving forward. Our organization was actually formed in 1993 by the state legislature at the request of the petroleum industry. If you've heard of the beef checkoff program, Beef It's What's for Dinner, Similar concept in that we were collecting 2 cents per barrel on every barrel of oil produced in Oklahoma. That was our checkoff program, and that's how we started. And the mission was public education and restoration. And of course, that's still what we're dedicated to today. We're now governed by a 21-member board. And that board, those board members all work within the oil and natural gas industry. We have 12 small independent producers on our board, 6 large or major operators on our board. And then we also have 2 purchasers, an oil purchaser, a natural gas purchaser, and a royalty owner. Those are all appointed equally by the governors, Senate Pro Tem of the Senate, and Speaker of the House, except for the 2 purchasers and the royalty owner are appointed by the board itself. Like I said before, in the beginning, our assessment was 2 cents per barrel on every barrel of oil produced in the state. Well, in 1996, the board went back to the legislature, or excuse me, not the board, the industry went back to the legislature and asked them to add natural gas to the program. So they changed the assessment from 2 cents a barrel to 0.1% on the sale of oil and natural gas, which more than doubled the revenue coming into the program. Now, the neat thing about our program is that it's voluntarily funded. It's through that assessment, it comes in through the gross production tax paid by the first purchaser. At the end of each calendar year, well, actually the beginning of the next calendar year, January 1st through March 31st, producers and royalty owners can get a refund from this program. So that's a very unique thing, that it's a voluntary program, and it's also a wonderful thing because we have about 98% participation this past year. So a couple of years ago it was 99%. So it's a very well funded program. Appreciate you and your companies and supporting us, and we're doing great work in Oklahoma. So by our statute, we are required to spend at least 50% of what we bring in and don't refund on environmental restoration. So this dictates our budget. This fiscal year, which started July 1st, goes through June 31st, is $6.5 million. So we have $6.5 million we can spend on all the other things that we do. And I'm going to talk about those. I bet we have a lot of things that you are not aware of. Of course, our restoration program, I just mentioned 50% of our budget goes to this. We only take care of orphaned and abandoned sites across the state. So this is where there's not a responsible operator. Either they've gone out of business, they've passed away. Because a lot of what we clean up are wells that were drilled back in the teens and 20s and 30s. So of course there's not a responsible operator. And of course environment was not a topic of discussion back in the teens and 20s and 30s. So these are the things that we're taking care of. The current industry is going back in and taking care of these issues. Now, all of our sites must be recommended to us by the Corporation Commission. So we're not just going out and doing favors for landowners. They make sure that the sites are actually abandoned, and they turn those over to us for restoration. A lot of times, and actually we do encourage landowners to contact us. So if you know of any landowners that have an abandoned site, please just have them give us a call. We'll take all their information, help do the legwork for the Corporation Commission, and then turn that into them for review. We are not responsible for plugging the wells. The Corporation Commission has a plugging fund. I don't think it's funded very well, but they do have a plugging fund and a long list of wells that they need to take care of. But then we come in behind them and take care of all the surface damage. In a lot of cases, we're actually able to come in before the well is plugged and take care of the majority of the surface damage. So here's an example of some of the things that we take care of. We bury lease roads and the pads. We remove all of the equipment, bury the concrete in rural areas. In the metro areas, we're able to use that for recycling programs. So we give that to the city. They use it for their road-based materials. So Then we close pits, any hydrocarbons on site, we take care of there. We do land farm sales and things like that. This is typically what we see. We see a lot of concrete. And like I said before, in rural areas, we're able just to bury this on site. So there's a before and after photo of that. We take care of about 750 sites a year. That's 2 to 3 sites every day. We have between 400 and 600 sites somewhere in the process. So it's a 4-phase process, and we have about 500 wells or sites, sites in that process. So, great thing about our program is we bid out every project individually. So we have contractors all across the state that are doing this work for us. So we're putting money back into the local communities and just spreading the wealth, keeping people employed during the downturns. Because we're able to keep going because of the way we structure our budget. That's another interesting thing I probably need to tell you about. So we work on a 5-year rolling budget that zeroes out at the end of the 5 years. So as prices fluctuate, our funding fluctuates, but if we do a 5-year rolling budget, that gives us a little bit of reserve to work with, so we don't have to shut down our programs. We started doing this back in 1999. Oil prices went down to $8 a barrel, and we had to completely shut down all of our advertising. We were working on a new curricula. We had to stop working on that. We had to cut back all of our cleanups, and it was not a good time for us, of course. And so the board decided, we need to do something so we can continue the good work of this industry. So that's why we have a reserve. We're able to still do so much work during the downturn and help those contractors out there working for the oil and gas industry. I think I missed a couple points on this, but probably read it. The average cost of our sites, about $7,000 currently. We do cleanups that are a few $100 all the way up into 6 figures. We do work with an environmental consultant. Currently, Beacon Environmental out of Edmond has our contract. We bid that contract out every 5 years, and this contractor takes care of writing up all the scopes of work on all of the different projects, determining what needs to be done out there, and overseeing the projects. We only have 2 people in-house in our environmental program, and so we rely on them to do a lot of the legwork for us. Because if you're cleaning up 2 to 3 sites a day, that's a lot of contractors to oversee. So again, that contract's bid out every 5 years, and it just so happens they've had the contract since the beginning. They're doing a great job, and they're great to work with, and so that's how we get so much done. This is another example of a cleanup. This is actually the first cleanup we did. You see the saltwater scarring there. We were able to, instead of bringing in new soil, we were able to build a pond for the landowner. This is down near Ada, and of course the landowner loves it. It's full of fish now, and the livestock enjoy it, so great work. Also, this is a project that we don't really talk about within our environmental program, but we have a partnership with the Conservation Commission, and built into all of our projects, our scope of work is taking care of sediment control, making sure that we don't have any type of runoff or anything like that. That's just built into what we do. So the Conservation Commission is able to gain credit through the state because the OERB is a state agency. They use our work as credit for the state to access federal funds. So they've been able to bring in $29 million from the federal government for non-point source pollution control. So a great program there that no one knows about, but doing a lot of good things for Oklahoma. This is where we're doing work right now. These are our projects currently in the process being cleaned up. And this is where we have done work over the past 27 years. We have cleaned up over 18,000 sites. Here they are numbered by county. Seminole County, I believe, is our most active, and then Creek County is next. We've spent more than $135,000, excuse me, $135 million on restoration across the state. We've done work in 70 of Oklahoma's 77 counties. Our education program, this is mainly student education. Before I get into this, when the OERB was first formed, student education was not a part of what they did. And about a year and a half into it, one of the board members said, you know, we really should be educating young people about the importance of our industry, or at least the science behind our industry, the truth behind our industry, if nothing else. So we went to the state superintendent of schools, Sandy Garrett at the time, and said, how do we get an energy education program in the classroom? And she said, well, you have to involve Oklahoma teachers in writing the program. You have to meet Oklahoma's education standards. And it has to be science, math, non-bias. Okay, so we went to work. And now we have reached over 3.3 million Oklahoma students with our education programs and have spent $54 million in our efforts to do so. We now have programs for kindergarten through 12th grade and beyond, actually. And so I'm going to tell you a little bit about those. We have our K through 12 curricula. We have actually 9 different programs, and our first program we developed in 1996, and I'll tell you a little bit about that in just a minute. But it is developed by, all of our programs are developed by Oklahoma teachers. Our first program, we brought teachers in from across the state, had no idea about oil and gas. We put them in a room with geologists, petroleum engineers, professionals in the industry, and they wrote a curriculum called Fossils to Fuel. We field tested that with about 30 schools around the state, brought it back in, made some changes, updates, and then started training across the state. And so now we have 9 programs for teachers, and all of them are field tested before we put them out there for the teachers to use. And it's not to replace what they're using in the classroom, it's just to supplement what they're using and doing hands-on activities, which is very exciting and engaging for most students. And these programs, the activities all meet Oklahoma's education standards. So it's really important for them. They really love it, and it's not a biased program, but it does educate them about the importance of the industry and the math and science behind it. So when a teacher comes to a workshop, they get a kit full of all the supplies they need to do with all the activities. These kits cost anywhere from $300 to $1,100, and so every teacher that leaves our workshop gets one of these. So please tell your educator friends if they haven't been to a workshop, they need to attend one. We have normally we hold 14 workshops every year all across the state. Of course, with COVID, we had to go virtual for a year. That was interesting. And now we're back out and about, and we've had 2 workshops this fall under our belt, and very excited to be back in the classroom. We're back in the schools. But so normally we hold 14 workshops around the state. All 9 curricula are provided. The workshops are completely free. The teacher comes. We give them a $50 stipend, a check that day. That if they needed a sitter or gas to get there or whatever reason, it took time out of their Saturday to attend our workshop. And then of course they get lunch and a t-shirt and then the free kit of materials. During the workshop, the master teacher goes through every activity with them, hands-on, making them do it so they'll know how to use it with their students in the classroom. We've had more than 17,000 teachers go through our training, and we have put materials in 98% of the school districts. Of course, there's always turnover, and that work just continues, so we will continue. But a little bit about our programs. Little Bits is a K through 2 program. It talks about social studies and science. If you can imagine these little kids learning about science, it's just funny to me. But our K through 2 program is very popular. The teachers do love it. Fossils to Fuel was our first program developed for 3rd through 6th grade, I mentioned earlier. We're our first program in 1996. Thousands of teachers have gone through this, and they love it so much, they asked us to write another Fossils to Fuel for 3rd through 6th grade. So we have Fossils to Fuel too. And Petroactive is our middle school science program. And Rock and Ratios is our middle school math program. And I'm going to show you here in a minute some examples of some of the concepts they're learning and also some of the supplies they receive. And then for high school students, we have Core Energy, and that's on, we call it Core Energy because it's catchy, and but because it relates to all 4 core curricula areas: science, math, language arts, and social studies. So there's a program for all the high school teachers that would want to come. Some science concepts that they're learning: just motion and force, rock formations, porosity. So these are just things that they have to learn anyway through their science classes. There we go. Here's some examples of the kit materials. This one is our Petroactive kit. You can see some of the things listed there that they get. This is our high school science kit. That's $1,100. They get beakers, hot plates, distillation kit, ring stands. So they get a lot of great stuff. And of course, they can use all of these supplies for other activities, other labs that they're doing with their class. So this is great for some of these rural schools have said, this is my science lab. Thank you, you've given me my science lab. Because they had nothing. It's just pretty incredible. We have teachers that leave our workshops in tears because they didn't know they were going to get a kit full of supplies. And so it's pretty exciting to see. Here's another kit. This is our Fossils to Fuel 2, where they're learning about pulleys. This is our social studies kit. And I'm not going to show you all of them, but another neat thing that we have for teachers is a website, oerbhomeroom.com. The teachers can go here once they are trained, they get a login, and they're allowed access to their section, their very own section of the website based on whatever they are trained in. We provide them additional lessons, like whiteboard lessons. As the education standards change, we make those changes for them and list those there. We have videos for them. We have virtual labs and field trips that the kids can go on. And then also for our teachers, we have a field trip program that we partner with 13 different museums around the state. And if they have to have some type of oil and gas exhibit and or class. If they do, the teachers are allowed to, and the teachers go through our program, send us a survey telling us about how it worked in their classroom, what we need to do better. Then they are eligible for the trip. We pay for their reimburse the school for their transportation cost. Then we pay the museum directly for their admission fee. And we have had about 40,000 students a year go through this program. So teachers do take advantage of it. In a lot of cases, this is the only opportunity these teachers have to take their students on a field trip. We also have program supplements. I have an example here. We have a mascot, Petro Pete, and he has a book series. This is one of our latest one, Petro Pete's Big Bad Dream, where he talks about, well, he wakes up one morning and everything made from petroleum is missing. And so he has to go to school in his pajamas, which, you know, that is petroleum too, but we got to get him to school in clothes. And then he wakes up and there's a whole lesson about all the products you use every day in oil and gas. The neat thing about this, a lot of teachers use these as they're doing our lessons. And we have on homeroom, we have the books that actually with the characters reading out loud. So the kids can watch it up on the big screen and follow along with their book as the characters are reading it. So pretty cool thing there. We also have, I call it a documentary, The Energy Behind Finding Energy. It's a 2-part series. The first part is based on exploration. The second part is on production. We had developed this for middle school students, and so it kind of made it entertaining. But it turned out a lot of companies like to use it to train their new employees. So if you're interested in providing this to anyone in your offices that don't get an opportunity to get out in the field, who want to learn more about the industry, it's a great 1-hour video. Then we also have activity books and career guides that we send out to teachers as well. We also have a well site safety program that we started back in 1996 after 3 young boys were playing on a tank battery and they were killed. Awful, tragic incident. So we put together a video that we sent to every school and library in the state. And now we have a full-blown campaign, and we have advertising, and we have well site safety information that we provide for the teachers. This is an example for the little kids with Petro Pete. Just says well sites are not play sites. And they put their safety pledge in there that they'll stay away from them. And then for the older kids, we have, this one that is not only talking about safety, but we call it inspiration because it's encouraging them to learn more about the industry. Go to our website. There's some cool games they can play. And we're trying to encourage them to get involved in the industry with this program as well. We also have a contest for the little kids. 3rd through 6th grade have a poster contest where they draw posters to educate their peers about well site safety. And then we put the winning posters on display at the Capitol and have Well Site Safety Day. The winners have we have 12 winners, and we create a calendar with it. Their legislators come in and view their calendars. Great day for them, but just another way to educate kids in a fun way. PetroPose, this is our first program we put in the classroom. Before we were able to develop our curricula, we put together PetroPose, which is just kind of like a speaker's bureau. We have volunteers that go in the classroom and talk about the oil and natural gas industry. We have a kit that we provide to our PetroPros. They can go do 1 presentation or 30 presentations, but we always need PetroPros. You do a presentation, it's about 45 minutes to an hour. You can use a hands-on kit, you can use, we have PowerPoints, but this is a really neat program for the kids. The kids love it, that a professional comes in the classroom. So I encourage you to get involved in this if you are not. We also have a Petroleum Scholar Program. We work with OU, OSU, and Tulsa University. We do have a few, every once in a while we'll get a scholarship application from OCU. But we give up to $500,000 each year in scholarships. A lot of information here. We give up to $500,000 in scholarships each year. This year we're giving away $135,000 to 42 students. The neat thing about our program is we're not just throwing money at these kids, we're trying to get them to stay here in Oklahoma, even if they're from out of state. We do select a lot of Oklahoma kids, especially if in their essay answers they're proud to be from Oklahoma and proud of this industry. Those are the ones we really want to support and keep here. But also we have kids from outside the state that we want to stay here. And so we provide them with networking opportunities. The Petroleum Alliance has like their Wildcatter Wednesday luncheons, and we'll invite our scholars to those. We'll have put together panel discussions for them. They just give them opportunities to meet people in the industry and hopefully network and keep them here. We also have a Petro Tech program. Some of you might be interested in this. We work with Francis Tuttle and Tulsa Career Tech, and this is a program that trains individuals to be land technicians, engineering technicians, and geology technicians. We had developed this program back in 2007 because there was a shortage of these types of positions, and so we were paying geologists to do tech position work. And so there was a great need. So we thought we would be getting students coming out of high school that didn't want to go to college or couldn't go to college, and then we could place them in the industry. But we got a lot different mix of people than we had really thought. We did get some students. Then we got some students that were in college and dropped out. We had some students in college that wanted this program too. Then we had people in other industries that wanted to come into the oil and natural gas industry. We had a pilot, we had nurses, we had teachers, a whole gamut of different people. And now we're looking at even a different group of people in the industry that are wanting to beef up their resumes, that are wanting to learn a new skill. So this could be a great program for you if you're interested in updating your resume. These are some of the classes that are currently offered, but I will say we are in the process of hopefully revamping the entire program. Like I said, we started this in 2007. We know the needs of the industry have changed, so we have put together a working group to go through all of these classes, offerings, and see what we can do to make it better. So that if you're interested in, of course, we have information on our website, oerb.com. And if you have any thoughts or ideas on what we could add to our training that you would be interested in, would love to hear from you. So come see me after, and I'll give you my card, or just go to our website, you'll find me. We are also very involved in STEM education. This is kind of a new thing. Well, not really new to us because we've always been teaching science and math, but STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math is really a big focus now. So we're trying to tailor our lessons more toward STEM, and which is just a little different way of the students processing the information and how they learn. So we are very involved in that. We had the opportunity to work with the Calrick Senior Foundation to put STEM labs in the Oklahoma City Public School elementary schools. There were 30 of those that we were able to provide funding for through oil and gas production. So great work being done through the industry in so many ways that I'm sure a lot of you didn't even know about. We also have put together community STEM nights. We've done about 6 of these. Of course, we were shut down during COVID, but these are great opportunities to get out and meet people in the community, to network for oil and gas, people to network with the families, with the parents, with the teachers. And we usually have 25 to 30 different exhibits or booths there based on STEM. We have different museums come, we have different oil and gas companies come and do exhibits. We always need volunteers for these, so if you're interested, would love to have you. We do a lot of really cool activities with the kids that are STEM related. So would love to have you be a part of that if you're interested. So hopefully we'll be having one. I think we're not scheduled to have one until next spring, just to make sure we get through COVID. So, but if you're interested, reach out and we'll let you know more about it. And talking about let you know more about it, we need to tell our story. And that's what we're trying to do through the OERB, but we can always use your help, as Brooke said earlier. This was what everyone knows of the OERB. This has been, you see it, you know who it is. It's been our logo since 1994. But this is who we are. The people of Oklahoma Oil and Natural Gas. And you are the people of Oklahoma Oil and Natural Gas, and you should be very proud of that. This industry is empowering unlimited opportunity. You know that. So we're focusing on 3 main areas. All of our messaging, everything we do is based on research. How do Oklahomans feel about us? What do they need to know about us to make them feel better about us? So we have 3 main buckets: education, restoration, and innovation. And these are our stories that we're going to be telling. We're excited about it, but you can help us tell them too. This is some of the ways that we're trying to reach people. We now have billboards. That's something new for us. We have, of course, we are digital, constantly digital. That's a new thing. We're on social media. We're doing streaming. We are trying to do show up for high-profile sponsorships. You know, like here, OSU, where we were giving away funds for points scored, and it was going to a school for STEM education. So doing some really cool things in local communities. Oh, I thought she was going to take off talking, sorry. Doing a lot in local communities, and here's an example of that. This is something that we were able to put together because these charities are so excited to have our dollars, and it's really big to them in Oklahoma because oil and natural gas provides so much more than other industries to these charitable groups. Now I'm going to
Every year, the oil and gas industry gives a third of what our campaign raises. We actually assist 1 in 3 central Oklahoma. Because of oil and gas, we're able to take care of the most vulnerable populations in our state.
So we're able to push that out through social media, and those are the things too that if you are connected with us, you could help us push that message out. This is this is going to be this, but this is one of our newer commercials. Moving away from the microphone, I apologize. So this is one of our newer commercials.
You have an opportunity to be a game changer. It starts now. You have the power of new ideas, the imagination to make them happen. You have the opportunity to make us all smarter, safer, to create the next generation of energy powered by oil and natural gas. All we need is your energy. To learn more, visit oerb.com/inspiration.
That inspiration message, that's the kind of message we're putting out along with our safety message. So while they do need to learn about the dangers, of not being trained and hanging around these places, but inspiring them to be a part of our future. This next one is about the industry itself and how we are your friends, family, and neighbors.
We are your neighbors, your friends and family members. We are the people of Oklahoma Oil and Natural Gas, committed to being stewards of the land and the environment. Since 2011, we've helped reduce power-generated CO2 emissions by 37%, thanks to Oklahoma-produced clean-burning natural gas. That's 2 times better than the country over the same period, and we will continue to invest in the science and technology to achieve even more. That's what good neighbors do.
I hope you like them. We're also doing a lot more community relations. This is something new that we started just a few years ago, and being present in those areas where we work, where we're drilling, where we're producing oil and natural gas, and having conversations with the local residents if they're having issues. So, that we're getting down into the weeds in some of these communities, but we're also showing them how the oil and natural gas industry supports them, how they support their schools, their roads, and the county roads and bridges. But they are also, on top of that, doing some work with the schools. And here you see some check presentations. This was at a football game where we sponsored a STEM competition. It was during the halftime, and it was a pass, punt, and kick, or however that is, kick. It was some competition, and the winning school, got the STEM grant. So, doing some fun things in the local communities. And of course, these are things, if you're interested in getting involved, showing up in your company T-shirt and getting up behind the sign. This is the people of Oklahoma Oil and Natural Gas. It's not the employees of the OERB. So we want to get you guys involved. That brings me to our ambassador program, which Brooke mentioned earlier. We have been working on this for a while. It is an interactive program that you, as people that work in the oil and natural gas industry, go in and go through all of this content. I think we now have 8 different modules. They're about 15-20 minutes long, and it teaches you information you need to know about the oil and natural industry and how you can talk to your friends about the oil and natural gas industry and the facts about the industry. And of course, these modules, you can go back over and over them, but we're not wanting to put people in front of a news camera or anything like that. We just want you to feel comfortable in talking about this great industry and not hiding and just saying, well, I just work in it for the money. So I hope you will take a look at this, get involved, sign up to be an ambassador, and go through our program. And we have some great swag for our ambassadors once you go through the program. We have T-shirts and hats, so that's got to be worth it on its own. So I would encourage you to go through the program, if nothing else, just to make yourself feel more comfortable when that grumpy aunt or uncle starts saying bad things about the industry. So. We also have our industry training program. This started in 2013. We brought in what was called the Marginal Well Commission, which was a state agency. Its mission was to make sure marginally producing wells continue to produce for the state. In 2013, Governor Fallon was trying to consolidate state agencies, and we being a quasi-state agency, she thought it would be even a better fit to move the Marginal Well Commission over to us. So that's kind of our fourth thing that we do. We have the student education, public education or communications, environmental and industry education now. So like I said, all of those duties were transferred over to us. The funding is separate from the OERB. We actually collect 35 hundredths of a cent on every barrel of oil and 15 thousandths of a cent on every MCF of natural gas. So the funding, we're running around $900,000 a year to $1 million a year in funding for this program. And all that goes back into the industry in educational opportunities and technology transfer. We have workshops that some of you might be interested in. These are some of the workshops we're holding this fiscal year. Right now we're virtual, and then later this fall, once we get through our big expo that I'll talk about, we're going to go live again in person. So I encourage you to look through these workshops. If there are other workshops that you would be interested in that maybe we could help with, let us know. We would certainly be willing to put something together. One thing that we have added that the Marginal Well Commission did not do was research and technology. So we have actually put together an application process for organizations, universities, to put a grant application together to develop some type of technology for the oil and natural gas industry. Here is a list of some of the groups that we have worked with over the past, and if you know of organization, if you have any connections with universities, with departments and universities that might be interested in doing some type of oil and gas research, please plug them in to our program. I'm sorry, my allergies are just Going crazy this morning. We also have, this is a new program, SOAR Connect app. What we do with this app is you can download our, I don't know if you know about our Lease Pumpers Handbook, but you can download that from an app. Now you can see all of our training videos through this app. Hopefully, what we're wanting to do is to get some interaction with people in the industry. So if you have a question out in the field, like, hey, I don't know how to do this, or do you know a company that can do this, that there's some dialogue, so there's a message board. So trying to get people connected here is kind of slow going, but encourage you to also put this app on your phone, just take a look at it and share with your friends. And our expo, that is coming up next week, October 14th at the Bennett Event Center at the fairgrounds. We're going to have about 200 exhibitors. Head Country Barbecue will be providing lunch. We have the Secretary of State Bingman, coming to speak at 10:30. This is a free event. Just register online at OCAPTLA.com. Please come and walk through, visit with our vendors, with our operators, with our board members who will all be there. Encourage you to come be a part of that. Again, it's next Thursday from 9 to 3. I would tell you about the golf tournament, but it's full. So, just to recap, what you can do for us and the opportunities that you have to help the industry. You know, we're going to continue telling our stories. We need you to help continue telling those stories. We're going to continue telling the stories on every media that we can. Help tell our story by getting involved in our ambassador program. Go through our program, through the modules. It's self-paced. You can do it in a couple of days. You can take a year. I don't care. Just do it. Get on there and learn how you can help. Get engaged in our volunteer programs, our STEM nights. If you're interested, give us your name. We want you to come help. We've been to Chickasha, Kingfisher, Stillwater, Duncan, and we want you know, people in the oil and natural gas industry to be there. Follow us on social media, visit our website, and we have a newsletter. Sign up for our newsletter to learn about the events we have coming up and the work that we're doing. So, I was supposed to speak for an hour, and I talked really fast, I guess. So we have quite a bit of time for questions, if anyone has any questions. We do. We send out.
Mrs. Stitt, would you please repeat our webinar?
Certainly. Okay. Yeah. She was asking if we provide information or marketing for our workshops to the local schools when we're having a workshop, and we do. We're mostly doing it through social media and emails to the teachers that have been through the program, and then we count on them to spread it for us, and it does work. But yeah, any encouragement from you would be great. And it's word of mouth mainly. And so in Oklahoma City, we'll have a workshop that might have 200 teachers show up. She's asking if on our website you can get a copy of this book. If you want a copy of this book, you can come by the office and you can have one. In this book, we have 4 books in this book series. We give these out to all of our K through 2 teachers, and I think our 3rd through 5th grade teachers, or excuse me, 3rd through 6th grade teachers as well. We don't sell them. I don't know how to take your money, so. Anyone else? The willingness to go. And, just if you're comfortable talking about the subject, and we provide the training, so no, you don't have to have any kind of specialty, any degree in anything. This program is for kindergarten through 12th grade. So if you wanted to talk to little kids, if you're comfortable with that, we can hook you up. If you want high school students, I don't know why you would, we can hook you up with that too. So. Yes. We are just on the corner of Northeast 4th and Lincoln, so just south of the Capitol. There are other states that have followed our lead. Interestingly enough, that they don't have the environmental side, but they have the education side. Ohio and Illinois and Kansas all have programs that are very similar to OERB's. North Dakota has a program. Who am I missing? New Mexico kind of has an education program, but it doesn't really have sustainable funding. And then we have other states that are always looking at us. I visit Colorado and Wyoming, and a lot of people are looking at it. I just visited with Louisiana a few months ago. So. Well, I apologize. I talked too fast, and I have nothing else to share. So thank you again for allowing me to be here. Or 596. Or 561. I realize there's not any readers today. Okay. 4588.
Oh, there's that.
4573.
So we're scheduled for a break. We finished a little bit early, but you're welcome to mill and network. And then we'll do some more drawings when we come back. And then lunch will be served at 11:30. was elected back in 2008, 2010, and 2016. Dana has 22 plus years of experience in the petroleum industry as a geologist. Prior to her election, she owned and operated a private law firm focused on oil, gas, title, and regulatory practice and transactional work, and previously served as an administrative law judge for the commission. Please help me warmly welcome Dana Murphy.
Well, thank you for that really nice introduction, and it's my pleasure to be here. I've spoken in this venue, I think, numerous times, and I guess I spoke to your, what do you call it, brother, sister organization yesterday, Talta. I told Tammy before I started, and thank you for accommodating me to speak early, and Tammy, I didn't bring any kind of I guess I can see it's 11:47, so I can see the time. I let Tammy know that my mom had to be taken by ambulance to the hospital earlier this morning in Woodward. She is doing fine right now, and if she wasn't doing fine, I promise I wouldn't be here. So I just wanted to let you know, if I'm not quite myself, if I didn't feel comfortable to be here, I promise I wouldn't be, because I spent 2 weeks with my mom in the Oklahoma Heart Hospital in an ICU while she was on a ventilator. So I feel like I've had the big T trauma numerous times with her, and hopefully this is a little T, but Tammy's going to be watching my phone in case I get a call from my brother, but I've been on the phone with my brother all morning, and everything seems to be fine. So I just wanted to let you know, if I seem a little flat, that's the reason, and I don't want you to think I'm not excited to be here, because I do enjoy this. And it's also just a good reminder to let you know that all of this of you have been through your own difficulties, whether it's for yourself or your family, with the COVID situation or anything related to, whether it's school or work or whatever. We've all had our little T traumas, our big T traumas, and it's a real challenge. And so I just wanted to kind of acknowledge all of you for that, I'm very empathetic to that. When you've experienced a lot of difficulties yourself, it certainly makes you have a different perspective on the hurts and pains of others. So with all that aside, I thought what I would do is kind of give you an overview of many different things. This will focus on oil and gas, but there is so much more of an interconnection on the natural gas industry and the electric, and especially we saw that during the winter storm event, that I think it's really important to make sure that we're also providing information and education on some of the fundamentals on the electric side, because I think that really affects this production side more than people ever really realized. Okay, so if we talk about the Oklahoma Corporation Commission, it's unusual in the fact that it's a constitutionally created agency. So what that means are appeals from this agency go directly to the Supreme Court. There's many other agencies. You might have something, the Agriculture Department or the Labor Department or somewhere else, where if you have an issue, you're going to start over in district court. You're not going to take an appeal from the commission. So it usually goes to an administrative law judge, usually hears the oil and gas cases. If a company takes exception or if it's protested, that usually goes to an appellate referee, although sometimes the commissioners will actually hear those themselves. These are all recommendations. There's nothing final to those. And until the 3 commissioners, or at least the majority of commissioners, actually sign an order, it's not a final order that can be appealable. There are a couple of attorneys, I would like to remind them of that, because we've been having a couple of attorneys this year try to take appeals to the Supreme Court to deliberation sheets that the commissioners do, which is not a final order, and they've all been kicked back. So I just want you to know, I know I'm with the really smart group, right? Because you are the land title analysts, and there's a few attorneys I think that maybe need to go back to law school to get the fundamentals. I'm not really sure. I continue to be surprised by that. TOPP, transportation, oil and gas, petroleum storage and tanks, and public utilities. So what does that mean? You can see all these different numbers, but I'll tell you just on the oil and gas well operator side, that was about 3,100 when I started about 13 years ago. So what we've seen is the downturns in pricing and different issues that have come up with mergers, bankruptcies, changes. The number of operators has gone down. And if you move over to the right-hand side, we continue to have additional authority provided to us, not necessarily what we've requested, to regulate additional things. The transportation network companies are one of those things. We don't regulate the drivers. If you have a complaint about your Uber driver, we're not the place. But if you have a complaint about the company, we're the ones that actually regulate them. And then we also regulate wind power companies, and I'll talk a little more about that later. I'll tell you one of the questions I had yesterday at the group I spoke to, your sister or brother group, was, well, don't you have any rules for solar companies? Well, there's a very small footprint of solar in Oklahoma, and it's still kind of a growing, generation resource, so it's a little early. We didn't get wind rules in place until wind really started to move along further. So I'm assuming probably there will be some that will come, but I'm not sure when. So I thought it was just important. I'm not going to read all these things on these slides because, boy, don't you just get worn out with all these words on the slide. But just a couple of highlights. 1907 was when we were created. The first order that issued was on railroads. And then you can see 1913, 1915. That's when this terminology of correlative rights, preventing waste, looking at the commission in oil and natural gas. And then you can see additional activity happened where an oil and gas department was established. So a lot of, you can say, the genesis of when the commission was created, it was created under the Constitution. And when additional responsibility was given to the commission on oil and gas, that's through statute. So you can see we established the Oil and Gas Department about 10 years after it was created. If you've heard about the Oil and Gas Compact Commission, that the genesis of that for multiple producing states was actually in Oklahoma. And then 1945, I want you to keep this in mind because I'll talk to you about the next significant piece of legislation which didn't occur until almost 70 years later in oil and gas. Forced pooling was probably one of the most critical key issues to further development in Oklahoma, and that was in 1945. You can see there's different things about the electric cooperatives. I'll go ahead and just move through that. Let me go back one. So let's move down to 2010 was we had some Wind Energy Development Act, some additional responsibilities that came to the commission on that. And then remember I said 1945 was the forced pooling statute. So what was the next significant piece of legislation? The Shale Reservoir Development Act that allowed long laterals to be drilled in shale reservoirs. So it'd been almost 70 years since something that significant had really impacted the oil and gas industry. And then in 2017, 6 years later, you've got the Oklahoma Energy Jobs Act. I'll give you more details about that later, but that allows longer laterals to be drilled in any formations that the commission designates. It doesn't have to be shales. So I bet some of you do different types of auditing, whether it's financial auditing or auditing records or whatever you might do. I'm sure some of you, that's part of your jobs. Well, we take that really important at the commission too, and most of ours are financial audits, although we have performance audits, as you can see as well, grant audits and operational audits. We are the only state agency, I believe at this point in time, that has the state auditor and inspector's office, has an auditor embedded into our agency. So we actually pay for an outside auditor to come and audit us. So I think we have so many pools of money, whether it's money that comes from industry when you file applications, or mineral owners escrow money that the commission oversees for a time, and a lot of different grant monies that we deal with. I think it's very important that we have audits. So if we want to talk about the revenue sources, you can see that very little federal money comes to the commission, about 5% of our overall budget. And our overall budget now is about 72 million. You'll see that on the next slide. But customer money represents most of where we get our money, and most of that comes from the applications that are filed or different types of forms and paperwork and processes that are needed to do a disposal well or a water flood or different types of things that are required. On the utility side, the utilities have to file cases. They pay for the filing of cases. So it's not just oil and gas. It's if you're trying to conduct business at the commission and you need to file some type of an application or a case, there's a charge for that. So I mentioned about $72 million of our budget is our budget for the fiscal year 2022. We just turned in our budget and submitted it October 1st. It'll work through the processes and then through the legislature. It'll be whether our appropriated amount is what's approved. So if you look over to the far left, the 16.9, that's what we get from the state legislature. So the rest of our budget does not have to be approved by the legislature, but if we want this money, that has to be approved, and we definitely need that money because we're in the process of a digital transformation. I'll talk a little more about that later. And no surprise, the majority of our money is spent on personnel. So if you remember that first slide, we had about 600 employees, and so that makes up the most significant component. If you wanted to look at our travel, that's in the red. And that wasn't very large before, but COVID and all other kinds of things that have happened have really reduced the travel budget. I've attended more conferences virtually than I have in person. I believe this is only my second in-person speaking engagement since COVID started last year, but I've sure done a lot of virtual presentations. So I mentioned the 600 employees, but let's just take a look at this chart. It used to be in the orange. Oil and gas used to be our largest department with the greatest number of employees, and now it's transportation, and the subsequent slide will kind of indicate why we have more employees there because of the port of entries and weigh stations. But you can see we have those in the petroleum storage tank division, public utilities, and then AJLS over to the side. We're really like 4 agencies in one, that TOPP, Transportation, Oil and Gas, Petroleum Storage Tanks, and Public Utilities. AJLS is really the supportive division to all those, and that includes administrative law judges, finance, administration, the legal department. That really supports all those divisions. So if you're wondering, why are there so many employees in the Transportation division? Well, because we have to staff these different point of entries. If you look on the slide, you can see those elliptical shapes that are in the blue. Those are the port of entries. If you've traveled to Texas or you've been north to Kansas, I'm sure you've seen these facilities. They have a lot of concrete. That's the one thing I noticed. Wow, I mean, we didn't build those. We're the tenant. The Oklahoma Department of Transportation is the landlord. And so what happens at these port of entries are typically if a truck has all its appropriate paperwork and its appropriate weight, there are devices, if you will look on the interstate, that you can see those that come up over the interstate. Those are weigh in motion devices. It's almost like how your pike pass might operate. If your paperwork is appropriate and you meet the appropriate weight parameters, you can bypass the port of entry. So when we actually have trucks pull over or come into the port of entry or to the weigh station, it doesn't mean that they necessarily have a problem with the weight. It could be there's some paperwork issue or there's some timing issue. But the importance of all of this is and you've seen what's going on with the Department of Transportation, right? Any direction you want to go in Oklahoma, there's construction, right? Broadway extension, the interstate, no matter where you go, there's construction. I really get tired of hearing people say, well, that's just progress. And I'm like, I don't know what that says about us sometimes. But anyway, next to the weather, overweight trucks are the #1 detriment to roads and bridges. And so that's why it's very important to ensure you have what you need to make sure overweight trucks do not come across the highways, and that's what these port of entries and weigh stations are for. Those are supposed to run 24/7. And so you have to have a rotating shift of officers who are there. Our biggest problem has been when things in the oil and gas industry go up, it's really hard for us to hire anybody because we have a facility out near Sayre and we have these remote facilities. And then when the price of oil and gas goes down and there's a downturn in the industry, we can usually find more people. That's the same way with field inspectors on the oil and gas side. That's always a challenge for keeping knowledgeable and experienced employees. I missed one. Here we go. We heard a lot when Governor Stitt originally campaigned for office, want to be a top 10 state and all of these things. Well, in this area where there's natural gas, oil, or wind generation, we've been in the top 10. The key is not to just get there, but to maintain where you are and to do the things that you need to do to stay at a high level. So 4th in natural gas, 4th in crude, 3rd in wind. I think all of those are important. The wind has really shifted around a little bit. I think now we're behind Texas and Iowa. We're a little bit ahead of Kansas right now just because of more wind development continues to occur. And the good news, if you're here in Oklahoma, we have the 2nd lowest electricity rates in the nation. Most people are not aware of that. So when you want to complain about your bill, just remember you could live in Hawaii and it would be a lot higher than this. So the top 19 in net generation just indicates one of the most expensive components of electricity is building generating facilities. And so it's a real key that it tells you we have low prices, but we still have a lot of generation. So again, it shows there's been a lot of effort to really try to keep electricity rates low. And just remember, it doesn't matter if it's the cheapest if you can't rely on it. So it's not just about the lowest cost, it's about reliability has become really more of a critical issue. So here's some of the wind facts. We've already talked about 3rd. You can see just under 5,000 wind turbines, and we just see more and more of those. You know, I travel from here out to our farm and ranch outside of Woodward, and I remember when they were putting in all those wind facilities out around Sealing, and boy, the drive really changed. I remember there's a couple of times I was driving at dusk, and they were putting up these facilities at night. It was pretty remarkable about how they would actually go about doing these things. So you can look at the middle of that slide. 1/3 of the state's energy is now produced from the wind. The state did not have a standard they put in place to meet, but they had a goal. And the goal was 15% by, I think, 2015. We far surpassed that. And again, it wasn't mandated for a standard, and I don't think we needed to mandate a standard. This just gives you an idea of rate cases. The red represents the rate increases that have been requested by OG&E, PSO, CenterPoint, O&G. The blue line represents what was actually granted. I remember when I first started speaking, and you'd hear people say, oh, those commissioners, they just rubber stamp any rate increase. Okay, well, let's take a look at what it really reveals. We have the 2nd lowest electricity rates, and you can see the blue line typically represents a substantive reduction from what they requested. Where the lines kind of match up is typically where there have been settlements that have been reached. I'll briefly touch upon, while we're right here for just a moment, the big OG&E securitization case, meaning the gas cost from the winter storm, that starts on Monday at 8:30. And they are requesting approximately $850 million. And then I think PSO is going to be requesting, I think something like $500 or $600 million. And O&G is going to be, the natural gas utility is going to be requesting probably $1.5 billion. So just to give you an idea of what's coming, typically, it's the law. The utilities cannot make a profit on the resource, whether it's coal or whether it's natural gas or whatever the resource is. The utility cannot make a return, cannot earn a profit on that. If it takes money to transport the gas or to transport the coal by train car, whatever, that would also be included, but again, there's no return. So if the legislature would not have passed these securitization statutes, which are going to allow for this particular big amount of money, and it's going to have to be substantiated. It's not just going to be, oh, we're going to give them what they want. It's going to be a debt that's owed now, basically by the utilities, i.e. you, the customers, and they're going to be proposing to have it paid out over a period of time. 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, I think each company is requesting a little something different. If that had not occurred, on the fuel adjustment clause that is on all of your bills, whether you're an OG&E customer or you're an ONG customer, those costs immediately flow through. So you would have already have seen those. And you would be horrified, just like we've heard people be horrified, for thousands and thousands of dollars. I mean, there are companies right now, greenhouses and some other facilities. I know one that has a $700,000 gas bill from that particular time frame. So I'm not saying it's a perfect world, and aren't you glad we regulate the utilities? But I'm happy to let you know that the legislature got involved, really was concerned about this, worked with the commission, worked with the industry, came up with this particular statute. We've never done anything like this before, but that first case starts on Monday. So I took a little more time, but I wanted to let you know the estimate basically on your monthly bills, depending on how the time is. Let's say it's maybe a 10 or 15 year. That might be $3 to $5 a month. So $3 to $5 a month from OG&E, maybe $3 to $5 a month from ONG if you're electric and natural gas, and that would probably be on your bill for however long, let's say 10 to 15 years. So just to give you an idea of what's coming, so when you see in the newspaper about what they're requesting, and it's a securitization case, I'm not going to go into all the details of it, but you should just be aware of it. So see, when you go and tell you see your neighbor, or you're out in the yard and they come up, or hey, did you hear they're going to be asking us to pay $850 million. Just, you can let the neighbor know there's a case that's going on, it's going to be looked at, it's going to be worked through, and I do know that the FERC has a pending case on looking at whether natural gas prices were manipulated at some of the key marketing points. But just a reminder, a lot of people want to blame the utility for the high gas prices, and we're going to look and see, did you do hedging? Did you have storage? Those are going to be important components. But the natural gas utility, just like you as a customer, is a price taker. They're not a price setter. So it's going to be interesting to see how this shakes out. So you probably didn't want to know all that, but I thought you want to be a knowledgeable consumer so you know what's going to be affecting your pocketbook at home. So we talked a little bit about the resource mix, and I'll just focus on a couple of things. So let's look over at coal. So coal, the red line represents the generation mix, and the blue represents the energy produced. So what does this tell you? Coal is a smaller part of the generation mix, but it produces more of the energy that's actually used in the state of Oklahoma. And you can see the numbers. I won't go over the numbers. They're in the left-hand side of the chart. Well, let's look at natural gas. It's almost just a reversal of that. It makes up a lot of the generation mix, but less of the energy that is produced by electricity in the state of Oklahoma is actually used in Oklahoma. So that tells you there's times when, natural gas that generates electricity or natural gas is exported out of the state. Probably close to 2/3 of the natural gas produced in Oklahoma is exported out of the state. And we hear different things. Why are they retiring these coal plants? And I think you all know with this particular administration, the makeup in Congress, you're really seeing the push to a clean energy future. And, in my mind, clean energy, I don't think it's my job as a regulator, and it's not my authority under state law in Oklahoma to tell the company you have to gas, or you have to do wind, or you have to, we don't cite where facilities are located. We don't have authority for that. And it's management discretion over what type of generation. What we do have a say over is whether they're going to get cost recovery on what decisions they have made. So of course, they don't want to be out here deciding things about, I want to go build a new coal plant. How would that make sense? And then I come to the commission for cost recovery, and then you're in the dynamics of this, more push toward clean or renewable. I think the challenge is in our lifetimes and beyond, natural gas is not going to go away as an electric generating resource. It's just not possible. So for everything that you hear, it's like turning the Titanic a lot of times. It takes a long time to turn, and we're seeing a lot of technology and things that are coming along with wind and electric vehicles and fast charging. And I think it's important to be supportive of that, but I still think it's important to acknowledge, the resources we have in our state, which are an abundance of natural gas, oil, and wind. And we'll probably have solar too. And so how do we best utilize all those? And I think that's the real key in looking at the clean energy future and looking at the advancements of technology. But you can just look at this slide and see some of the pressures on replacing coal with wind. And again, under this particular federal administration, you're going to see more and more of the push of that. So I bet many of you have a smart meter. If you're an OG&E customer, or if you're a customer of Edmond Electric, I think they might have those too, or a member of a co-op. They're really not any smarter than we are. I don't know why we ever got this name smart meter. It's really advanced or automated meters. And you can see the different meters that are provided by both of the entities. If you're on smart hours, how many of you are on OG&E smart hours? And I bet you're saving a little money. Look, I can raise my hand too, because that just means there's just 2 people. I'm fortunate enough, and I'll quickly tell you this because I promise it's not an advertisement for an OG&E. It's an advertisement for you to reevaluate whether you want to think about smart hours. If you've got a young family or you work out of your home, maybe you can't do it. But from June through the end of September, you can go on smart hours. And that means from 2 to 7 o'clock is the peak usage of electricity. If you forego using electricity or significantly reduce your electricity during those periods of time, your normal kilowatt hour cost on the off-peak time, meaning any time out of before 2 o'clock in the afternoon and after 7 o'clock in the evening, any of that time period, it's 5 cents a kilowatt hour. And you saw the average cost is 7.8 cents a kilowatt hour. If you were on smart hours and they call a critical pricing situation, that rate can go up to 22 cents or 43 cents. But what it's designed to do is to help you control your electricity usage and to help you take advantage of that. I'm very fortunate to have a swimming pool, and some people think, oh, with the swimming pool, you're going to need to run it from 2 to 7, right? I don't. I have a variable speed pool pump. It runs 12 hours, and it goes off before it's 2 o'clock. And so I've been able to, I haven't had any trouble with my water. And what I do at home is I have my thermostat set 2 or 3 degrees lower to go from 11 o'clock to 2 o'clock. So I've reduced my temperature down. My ceiling fans are running. I don't need to have the electricity on, and I'm using ceiling fans, which is a reduction in electricity. So I think last year I saved for my prior bill about almost $350 for the summer. And I haven't gotten my report because Smart Hours just ended this year. But again, I know it's going to be a cost savings. If you have the ability to go on Smart Hours from June through the end of September, from 2 to 7, I would suggest you look at that, because that's one of the best ways to be energy efficient. It helps keep costs reduced. We don't have to go out and build new generating facilities, so you might give a thought to that. So, for the person in the back, and I see you, who raised your hand, hooey for you, because I think you've been saving money and you can tell all your friends about it now. So on the Southwest Power Pool, this map just kind of shows Oklahoma is in the Southwest Power Pool, and there's actually 14 states. The state doesn't belong to the Southwest Power Pool. The utilities in Oklahoma are members, and that's how Oklahoma is in the Southwest Power Pool footprint. I represent Oklahoma on the Regional State Committee of these different commissioners, and you can think of this like, it says like an air traffic controller. This is what SPP is. They don't own the airplanes, they don't have the company, they don't own the airports. They just help direct how electricity flows across these big transmission lines. And if you can think about it like this, if we live here and we drive up to Kansas or Nebraska, so to speak, on an interstate highway, it would seem reasonable that, we would help share in the cost of that. But why would somebody in Kansas pay for a city street in Oklahoma City? They wouldn't. And so that's how you can think about these power flows. There are times on these big, 430 kV lines that they may cross different regions. So you might help share in the cost of that through the utility. But if it's a small distribution facility that's maybe just within a smaller territory, you wouldn't have people from different parts of the region paying for that. That'd be more localized. I only use that just as an example so you can kind of see the issues dealing with the cost of transmission. This is from the winter storm event. I wanted to just give you a few details of this. If you didn't already know this, and I think most of you probably did, they called it the 100-year storm, and you're wondering, well, where did they come up with that? Well, you can see the cold snaps in February of 1899 and 1905. So you can see it's very hard to model or plan for something like this. This shows you, for these 2 days from February 14th to the 16th, the red hatchet represents where the Southwest Power Pool territory is. That dark blue line represents where temperatures were below zero during those 2 days. So you can see almost all of the Southwest Power Pool was in the coldest area. So the temperatures you typically see in North and South Dakota, that's not what you typically see happening in the state of Oklahoma. But this just gives you an idea conceptually of what was really going on with the temperatures across the U.S. during this particular time. And I will tell you, during the time of the storm, SPP imported electricity from Canada, from Colorado, and even from this, where you see MISO, from some of the eastern states. So thankfully, we've been connected to some of these other regional transmission organizations or independent system operators. In Texas, you just didn't have the same thing. Part of Texas is in the Southwest Power Pool. But ERCOT has been a standalone entity. It wasn't really connected up. So if there was a problem with gas, they had nowhere else to get any electricity. We would have had many more rolling periods of outages or load shifting if we didn't have the ability to import electricity from Colorado for a time, from Canada for a time, and some of our neighbor states to the east. So it was very fortunate, I think especially fortunate for Oklahoma, that we were part of the Southwest Power Pool. And this just gives you some idea. Those hatchet or shaded words over there with the little acronyms, that represents PSO, OG&E, Western Farmers Electric, and Grand River Dam Association, who are all members of the SPP. So these entities, and Oklahoma makes up, I think, approximately 27% of the load or the electricity that's used in the Southwest Power Pool. So that meant that we were probably going to have to experience a little more load shedding by the utilities because they have to account by certain formulas for what has to be reduced. So you can see there was a short period of time on February 15th where power had to, be shifted or cycled down. And you could see it was a much longer time and a much bigger volume on the 16th. How many of you experienced some kind of an outage due to this rolling load shedding? So quite a few. How many of you never lost power? Yeah, I was one of those that never lost power. So I felt very fortunate in that regard. But did some of you, how many of you thought you needed more time, or you should have been told further in advance that your power was going to be out? How many of you think that should have happened? Or were you okay with what happened? Okay. So maybe just a few. Well, just to give you an idea, when a utility is told by the Southwest Power Pool, hey, you have to reduce this much load, and they either have to figure out what circuits it's going to come off of, and you've got hospitals and critical infrastructure. It's pretty much a challenge to do this. They have plans in place that they can utilize, but this is something that they're trying to improve. So it was good to see that not a lot of you raised your hand, because they have to make these decisions a lot of times in 15 to 20 minutes or less. And as long as you know ahead of time, hey, my power may go out, but I don't know when, but you had an idea it wouldn't be for a really long period of time. I think you probably had friends or family in Texas that the power went out. They didn't know it was going out. They didn't know how long it would be out. And then, in Texas, it was severe catastrophes there. People died, and just a lot of businesses, just a lot of suffering there. So I won't say it was perfect in SPP, but given the conditions, it worked pretty well. So just shifting a little to the oil and gas division, this just gives you an idea of how we're structured, and there's different departments. And I think it's always important to note this. Most people don't realize, I think close to 600,000 wells have been drilled in Oklahoma. Down on the left really shows you probably what's most key and important for you. Natural gas wells, oil wells, disposal wells. And then you can see still almost 50,000 miles of pipelines. And that's really a critical piece of the infrastructure in the oil and gas industry. This is how our oil and gas districts are divided up. We have field inspectors. I think we have close to, I want to say about 60. They primarily function out of their trucks with GPS. They do have these field offices that are shown. They're the ones that go out and witness when a well is plugged, different types of things that occur in the drilling and completion of wells. They also go out and witness pluggings. So no matter how automated we become and how technologically advanced we become, we will always need the boots on the ground, and I think that's just a key component. And really having a good rapport with industry. Our job isn't to say, gotcha. Our job is service, assistance, compliance. So you really want people to follow the rules. You want to try to help them follow the rules. And then all of you know, there's always that small minority that are just consistently bad actors. And that makes it's that happens almost in any industry. So I think we're aware of that. So to me as a commissioner, I really think it's important to try to be assistful, try to get people to comply with the rules. And the last thing you really want to do is issue fines, but sometimes there's no other way, and that's just how it has to happen. So this gives you some idea of well completions in Oklahoma, and I think it's important to note, if you look at 2010 and 2011, non-horizontal wells or vertical wells were the primary makeup of the wells that were completed and produced in Oklahoma. 2012 was really the shifting year of when horizontal completions exceeded vertical completions, and then you can see every year subsequent to that, even when the numbers have gone down because of prices of the commodity, you've still seen larger numbers of horizontal and just such a wider spread between the vertical and the horizontals, or the non-horizontals, because directional wells would count in that as well. And then look over to 2021. Doesn't that look unusual? Doesn't that look odd? Well, there are a lot of companies that have drilled vertical wells now that have gone back to recomplete, re-enter, do some work, and they would have to file an intent and a new completion report to do that. So that number reflects that. And then during the time when we had COVID and when prices really hit the bottom, there were companies that had already drilled horizontal wells but maybe hadn't gone back to complete those. And now, I don't know where oil is today, but I saw yesterday's upper 70s. I don't know if it was close to 78, 79. So that price environment makes it really conducive for both vertical and horizontal wells to be drilled. But the takeaway from this is kind of an explanation of that. And just to let you know, which you already know from the work that you do, the number of wells that have been drilled in Oklahoma in the last couple of years and completed, it's just been down. Oh, let me go back one. This shows you intent to drills from 1945 forward. And the only reason I like to show this is in 1981 is where the number of intents to drill were 22,500. Remember, that's back before really the horizontal world. So there were a lot of wells being drilled back in that time. I'm kind of glad I wasn't a commissioner then, because I can only imagine some of the stuff that actually came through, because I feel like we're challenged right now on just the complexities with horizontal drilling. This is just more of a drill down on the details between 1990 and 2021. So the intent to drill doesn't tell you how many wells are going to be drilled, but it's kind of a forecaster, because those intents to drill are good for 18 months. So it means when a company files that, they're planning to drill a well. Other things may happen, but you can see again, and I'll show you at the end, I'm going to have some slides on pricing of oil. You can see how this tracks along with how you've seen the commodity shifting. This is all wells drilled and completed in Oklahoma for the past 10 years. We do not regulate in Osage County, so we don't keep track of that numbers. This is horizontal wells, so let me go back. This is all wells. This is horizontal wells. So again, what is it all indicating? The thing we've already seen in all the graphs and charts. Horizontal wells are the normal development now, not just in Oklahoma, but really across the nation, probably across the world. So I wanted to just give you a little bit about spacing. I won't bore you with all the details of it, but I wanted to let you see what caused us to start changing our regulations on the spacing side was because of the technology changes in how wells were being drilled. So yeah, we had some early horizontal wells in coal bed methane, but those were typically short laterals, and it was for a kind of a limited period of time that development happened. And then you could see it was in the Granite Wash, and then we went to the Woodford. And really what changed the dynamics, see in 2010, and you see the little asterisk, most significant rule changes in the past 20 years, we hadn't really revamped or re-looked at our rules in 20 years. I was kind of shocked when I came to the commission that had gone on for so long. So we did some serious rulemakings in 2010. And in 2011 was when the Shale Reservoir Development Act passed, and then we had to do even additional changes, and then you can see the Oklahoma Energy Jobs Act. So if you just look at the basic vertical spacing, for a typical 640 acre unit, it's a 1/4 mile box inside of there. That's the legal location. If you want to drill outside of that box, you have to file a location exception. If you want to drill more than one well in that particular unit, you have to get increased density allowing for additional wells. So you can kind of see this historical standard basic spacing of vertical wells. Then here's how the world has changed, because how in the world in a 1 mile square box of 640 acres are you going to drill a 10 or 12,000 foot lateral? You really can't. And so the adjustment started being made to expand the legal locations, so you didn't have to come and constantly file a location exception for every lateral, because some of the longer laterals would actually fit in that unconventional spacing. But this is just to give you an idea of how we've had to continue to adjust our spacing units, our rules, to keep up with technology and really just statutory changes and the different changes in the industry. I'm going to move past this. This just gives you an idea when you're looking at those legal locations. It makes a difference if you're open hole or if you're cased hole and you're looking at first and last perforation. That makes a difference in where you are in the box. This just gives you an idea if you were looking at the Shale Reservoir Development Act, and really now this Energy Jobs Act, that you might drill one well across several units, or you might have several units combined now, because now you can make much larger units. And in each unit, whatever part of the lateral is there is considered as a separate well. So you're really counting the footage over the total length of the lateral drilled. So, I mean, you've heard about, you know, the advantage of the environmental footprint, where you don't have to disturb so much of the surface. And with technology now, you can drill multiple laterals off of one particular pad, and you can even skid the rig and drill in that way if you want to try to keep parallels between your laterals. So the world has really advanced and changed in that regard, but I can tell you the prices of drilling, we've approved some orders. I think I looked at one that was earlier this week. I think it was a $15 million well. And then you've seen some with anywhere from $4 million. I think the most expensive well I've seen of recent might have been $25 million to drill some of these longer laterals. And that would be the completed cost and all. This is an indication just of where we've come with the earthquakes. Remember 2015, we were having all these earthquakes. The good news, and even the challenges really of industry, you can see there's good news here. The number of earthquakes have gone down. Yeah, some of that might have been impacted by prices a little bit at the beginning, but I think this really is a reflection of the regulator, the industry, and really academia, and even some environmental people all collaborating to create the situation. And you have to give credit to the industry who really did collaborate and work on this, because without their proactive approach and without us working with them, I think this would have been very much of a challenge. So I think I have about 10 slides left, so I think we're coming into the home stretch here. But this is just a good indicator of the orange represents the water disposed, the blue represents the oil produced, and those yellow bars represent the number of earthquakes. So what's the good news about this? The volume of water was decreasing, but yet you can see how the volume of oil was actually increasing while the number of earthquakes were going down. And you're like, well, how is that possible? Because I think the operators became much more, there was a whole different manner and method in which you disposed water, and you have limitations on where you can put water in your wells, and so you might have to shift some water around. And you saw the advent of significant development in the stack and the scoop, which didn't have the same water problems as in when you're further to the north. So again, this is just some good news. This is another piece of good news as far as if you're in the oil and gas business in America, is to let you see how we really started moving away from needing imports of oil from those who were not our friends. And that there was really this resurgence, this innovation, this ingenuity of the oil and gas industry and moving forward with developing, oil and gas. And so again, I think that particular slide just tells an incredible story that we've already heard before. This gives you an idea of the Cushing spot prices. And so that goes back prior to 1990, and this moves ahead to 2021. So you can see when prices were, it's hard to imagine, when we were in the midst of COVID and we saw negative oil prices, wasn't it kind of hard to remember that oil was ever over $100? And now, look at the trajectory now, it's really close to around $80 a barrel. If you'll go back and look at that, and I'm happy to have this presentation put on your website if you're interested. But if you'll go back and look at that with that intent to drill graph that I showed you, you can see there's a tie-in with that. And so let's look at Oklahoma field production of crude oil. There are many people that said, oh, well, the reservoirs are depleted, we're not going to have oil anymore. And you can see again, starting that shift. And remember, the Shale Reservoir Development Act went into place in 2011. And again, a lot of these graphs all tie together. So you have a lot more development by horizontal wells, exposing a lot more of the reservoir. Production is increasing. And even if you're a vertical well operator, and I bet many of you might work for companies that have vertical and horizontal wells, technology's really helped advance how they complete and produce those wells too. You've probably heard about Frac Focus, the online chemical disclosure registry for the public. Another good news piece of information that originated in Oklahoma with the Groundwater Protection Council, with the Interstate Oil and Gas Compact Commission, with industry, environmentalists, academia, regulators, and now look at how it's been adopted in all these different states. We didn't have to pass the statute in Oklahoma to pass it. We just had to add it into our rules. But you can see there's been numerous states that have adopted it. There's different iterations of the software, and I will tell you our compliance from the beginning of this has been in the upper 90 percentile. So again, you have to give credit where credit is due. There's been really good compliance here. Just quickly to let you know about the Chapter 5 rules, which are rules of practice. We are moving to implementation of electronic case filing. We're in phase 2 now. So you're going to be able to search easier. You're going to be able to find things much easier. I know that's been like a really huge complaint by a lot of different people. And then in Chapter 10, most of the rules that we addressed that just came into place just happened last week, October 1st. And so if we want to talk a little bit about legislation that's affected the industry, and since 2017, we talked about the Energy Jobs Act, and I'll have a little more detail about that in a minute, wind development, then we had the produced water and waste recycling, and then broadband. There is an interconnection of broadband with no matter where you are and whatever you do with what your career is or family is, needing it for your kids, needing it for your job, especially if you work remotely. So there's really this connection on where do we expand broadband, where does it make sense to invest it, and are the feds just giving us a lot of money, and do we know where it needs to go, and how are we dealing with it? And that's going to be really kind of the challenge of the future. But I mentioned the Energy Jobs Act, but it basically just lets you see that we can create larger units now, 1280s instead of 640s. You can see that it really helps a lot with how companies are actually utilizing the technology that they have. And then this is the most recent legislation since 2021. Those Regulated Utility Consumer Protection Act, that's another name for securitization. The big cases I told you, they're going to start on Monday. The drive is about electric vehicles. The commission will open up a rulemaking shortly on emergency rules for electric vehicles, and that's subsequent to this piece of legislation that is passed. There's also renewable gas energy. There's a report that's due. There is not a requirement or statute to mandate that, but renewable gas is just gas that comes from landfills or other types of organic matter. It could come from wastewater treatment facilities. It is pipeline quality gas that typically can be mixed with conventional natural gas. And you're going to see, I think there's a utility in Georgia. I think it's one of the first one to propose a pilot. ONG is coming in on a rate case this year, and they're going to do a small pilot on renewable energy. The challenge of renewable gas right now is it's pretty expensive. And that's the challenge of how you look at things is what is it going to cost to the consumer. So if you do a pilot project to see how it's going to work. But this again is another thing you're going to see coming from this particular federal administration in the move to clean energy. The last one is this hydrogen task force. We've heard a lot about green hydrogen or hydrogen. There's been a lot of work done in the European countries using hydrogen for a transportation fuel. Again, this piece of legislation that passes is going to have a report that's due. The Secretary of Energy and Environment is actually leading that, and the Commission is involved in that. So the last thing I just mentioned is where we are with the additional money we got from the legislature to move into our information management system. So we're now headed into phase 2. We really want to be able to have credit card functionality, so anything you pay for can be done with a credit card. You won't have to send checks. And email notifications so that when a filing is made by a company, you will receive an email that knows that. It's going to have improved searchability. And then when we get down to phase 3, you'll actually know in the process where a particular intent to drill is, or where the completion report is, or where the order is, how far along the process is it. So more real-time management, what they think is going to be really helpful to the companies. So this will be a big part of what we call digital transformation. I'm really pleased that the legislature's provided us the money we need, because a lot of times you'll get these statutes passed and they want you to do these things, but there's no additional money that comes with it. So it makes it really a challenge. So that $5.3 million a year was added to our appropriation while we're in the process of continuing to do this, and hopefully they'll continue to approve that. That was my last slide. I appreciate you bearing with me. I hope this this was helpful. I hope I provided you some information that'll not just be useful in your job, but will be useful at your house. And I think that's what's really important. So I think there's probably a little bit of time for some questions. So if anybody has any questions, I'd be more than happy to try to give a go to answering those. Okay, I keep saying, I thought the group yesterday was the smartest group I've ever spoken to, but now I can say you all are the smartest group I've ever spoken to. And then when I speak to the next group, do you think I would tell them that? Oh, no, because I wouldn't want you to be disappointed that I didn't think you were the smartest group. But I just want to say I appreciate your time, I appreciate your patience with me. I'm not really at my best today, but I think I did okay under the circumstances. I appreciate your patience with me, Tammy. Thank you for inviting me. And if you ever need any help, you can see our information here, and just never hesitate to give me a call, and either mine or somebody in my staff will be happy to help you. So thank you.
The first speaker that I'm going to introduce is Ascent Resources Senior Vice President and General Counsel and Secretary, Bob Kelly. Bob was previously a General Counsel for American Energy Partners from April of 2013 through September 5th of 2015, and as Senior Vice President of Millbrae Energy from October 12th to October 13th. Bob Kelly works for my company, so I'm very proud to have him here with us. Along with him is another coworker, Heath Robinson. He's the Director of Title and A&D of Ascent Resources. Heath's been with Ascent since 2014 and has over 10 years of Appalachian industry experience. His current position involves supervision of Ascent's title team, which orders, reviews, approves title of all the Ascent wells. So please help me welcome Bob and Heath. Thank you.
Thank you, Tammy, and I'm sure y'all all appreciate the fact that she didn't go through my full 40 years in the industry, so we can get out of here before 5 o'clock. You did say we had till 5 o'clock, right? Okay. All right. Well, I think Keith and I can cover it.
No problem.
We thought about, after Tammy told us about this and asked us to speak with y'all, we thought about PSAs. We've done a lot of PSAs in the last 8 years, and of course I've enjoyed A&D work for a good part of my career. But purchase and sale agreements are a team effort. There isn't one department or one person that's involved, so we thought it'd be good to team up on this presentation. And just kind of jumping in here, we thought we'd give you a little bit of a background on just Ascent's efforts. And the first page here kind of shows an overview of our acreage position in the Utica. We started out, it was American Energy Utica in 2013. A lot of y'all are familiar with Aubrey McClendon, and he had a vision for creating single basin focused companies. One of those was Ascent. We started out, a lady that probably a lot of y'all know, Serena Evans, was our first head of land, VP of land, and she and I and Aubrey started negotiating PSAs and acquisitions in the summer of 13. Heath and some of his cohorts joined us shortly thereafter. But as you can see from this timeline, just in the first 10 months alone, we did multiple purchase and sale agreements, acquisitions, covering about a little over 220,000 acres, which was a big part of the 330 some odd thousand acres that we have today in the Utica. And Ascent is now the largest producer in Ohio in the Utica Shale. We're the 7th largest producer of natural gas in the United States and the 2nd largest privately held oil and gas upstream company in the United States. So we've come a long way, and like I said, it's all been a result of great teamwork by legal, land, title, our lease and title analyst, our division order analyst, our accounting team, although we don't want to give the accountants too much credit. They're usually more of a pain than a help. But our marketing group has been great, and then of course our operations group that has put all this acreage to work, drilling wells and getting them completed and producing. So this transaction summary, when we got this put together, it brought back a lot of memories, but I'll try not to digress and get bogged down in that. But the next page we want to just talk about, and a lot of people tend to overlook the definitions, but words have meaning, and capitalized defined terms in purchase and sale agreements especially have meanings. And it's always interesting to see how outside lawyers and counterparties on a PSA try to tweak the definitions to benefit them. And that's one thing I'll say kind of in general is that when you're working on purchase and sale agreements, of course you're working for your side, whether you're the buyer or the seller. But you also have to remember that, a few months down the road or a year down the road, you may be the other party in a transaction. And so it's in your best interest, as it is in most things in this industry, to be even-handed in your dealings with your counterparty, because a position you take or a provision that you want to utilize, you may see it from the other side of the table in a few months or a few years. So it really is beneficial to be fair and even-handed and try to, as we refer to it, end up in the middle of the road. Now, certainly in any particular deal, there are nuances, and we'll talk about those that are kind of deal specific or basin specific or state specific when it comes to title things. But just to before we get into the more detailed pages here, a few of these, like allocated value, that's important for the buyer because they want to allocate the value to the things they really want on one hand, but also they want to allocate some value to things that they worry about whether or not the seller has questionable title, because if the seller doesn't have title, then the overall purchase price is going to be reduced. Whereas the seller wants to allocate as much value as possible, usually to the producing properties, because they know well's producing, it's in pay, they've already had a division order title opinion rendered, they've done all the division order work, so they feel confident in their title. So that's just one of the areas where there's a little push and shove and give and take between the buyer and seller. Excluded assets is another one. The buyer doesn't want anything that, as we refer to it, has too much hair on it, like a site where there used to be have a saltwater disposal well on it, or an open pit, or something like that that's going to be an environmental liability. Because once you enter into the chain of title on that piece of property, you can't get rid of that environmental liability down the road. Title benefits and title defects, of course, we'll get into and talk about. On title defects, we've always focused on those very heavily at Ascent, because we focused on buying, for the most part, with a few exceptions, we focused on buying undeveloped leasehold, and we wanted it drill ready because we wanted to be able to get a rig out there as soon as possible after we close the acquisition. Title benefits, you got to be careful as a buyer on those, because you don't want the seller holding things back, holding interest back or quantums of interest, and then surprising you with them, and all of a sudden you thought you were paying $100 million and they're wanting you to pay 110. So one of the things that we've tried to structure, and accept also on the seller side, is that title benefits are only used to offset any title defects that are uncurable.
So the one thing I would say about these definitions and provisions, the ones we focused on are basically tied to diligence. So from a title aspect, the other thing is all of these, Bob pointed out a few of them, all of these play hand in hand with each other as you go through the negotiations all the way through the diligence perspective. So on this slide, this is taking those definitions and provisions, and you're actually going to tailor them, like Bob said. Each deal is unique. You want to make it fit what you're trying to do. You also have to remember you're negotiating, so you want to maintain the big picture idea, and that's going to be a theme throughout for us, is remember what you actually have going on here and what your end result is. Your goal is to buy an asset. It's not to defect an asset. So you'll see here that by going through these definitions, you need to tailor your thresholds, your timelines. You'll want to understand the assets. You want to know if you're buying producing wells, if you're buying undeveloped leasehold, like Bob said we have in a lot of cases. Are there fee minerals? Are there any royalty coming with it? You also want to know what facilities or anything you have, if there's office space or something, if you're buying a company out of a position. What records you getting? They're going to have all their title, they're going to have all their lease files. That's all going to play into what kind of diligence you negotiate in the rest of the PSA. You want to know the title nuances. You really want to know what you're getting into. If you're buying into a new area, you're going to want to know that. You want to do some homework. Have they had historic oil and gas development? Because that will change things drastically. There are mineral severances all throughout here. In Ohio, that is a huge thing for us to know because of the way the courts have completely muddied up mineral ownership in Ohio with the Dormant Mineral Act and the Marketable Title Act. And then you have curative statutes that may help you in some of your definitions and some of your negotiations. You want to know notice standards. How do we go about this? If we're doing diligence, have they recorded everything properly? And then production thresholds, terms, stuff like that. So all of these factors you're going to sit here and go into, and we'll show the next slide here, and this is just stuff you really want to know.
One other thing before you move on from this one that we found is very important, and really it's important in just about every state right now, and that's knowing the courthouse's limitations. Because if you get a PSA, the seller's always going to want to only give you as short a amount of time as possible for your title due diligence. And if you're working in counties and where the courthouse is just not equipped to, for you to send in 20 title examiners to look at the records and bring forward any divisional or title opinions, or to check the records on undeveloped leaseholds where the seller doesn't have title opinions. You can, as a buyer, you can get into trouble real quick if the courthouse can't handle your title diligence team. So there are a lot of counties now and a lot of companies that have virtual courthouses, and those are great, but not every county has that option. And we've run into that a few times up in southeastern Ohio where the courthouse just can't handle it.
So obviously you want to know kind of what you're getting. So I've just shown some slides here. Just, are you aware of everything that's coming? Because as you're going to allocate value to certain assets here that are going to matter, and you're going to want a diligence, and that's why I keep showing just the various things. As Bob said, you want to know the area, you want to know your courthouses, you want to know your title nuances. Every play, every state is completely different. I've worked all three of the main Appalachian states, and it's a completely different world between each one of them. I know Bob's experience goes well beyond that with Oklahoma and stuff, and you need to figure out what you're going to do, because you need to understand how to craft your definitions so that you can lay out the rest of the PSA so that you can carry out your diligence. So some of the main things here, get your title standards. Usually that's a really good starting point so you can understand it, and gather all the information you can, treatises, case law, anything like that, especially modern case law, more pertinent case law. We've had a lot of case law in Ohio because the play is very young, and it continuously changes and is heavily negotiated points in some of these PSAs. And then you want to visit with experienced title people, and that could be your crew, that could be experienced title attorneys. And so you've taken your knowledge of the assets, you've taken your knowledge of the area that you gained and the play, and now you're going to actually tie that to your diligence process. So the one thing I would say, and Bob, I think he may have some additional things to add here, is when we go and start a diligence process, we definitely create a standard and a guideline for that project. And we want it to be clear and concise as to what we're doing so everyone's on the same page, we all understand how it's going to work, and we know our objectives. And so we go through here, we utilize our knowledge of the area, we've understood the courthouse limitations and what we can get there. We discuss it with our crew chief or our diligence lead. Sometimes we run diligence in-house. We usually always run point on it, but sometimes we'll actually do the diligence. And then that'll mean we'll set timelines for the review. We will ensure that there's ample time, that we meet our requirements under the PSA. We'll ensure adherence to all those deadlines, because that is a key thing you'll see come up later. And then we'll account for any factors for everything else that I've noted here below. And that's for seller's records, what files again, are there ownership reports, title opinions, well files, determine a format. It's very important, especially as you're sharing data between different groups, different entities. You know, with us in-house, we'll run point, we'll have our diligence lead create a format, and we will carry that through, and oftentimes we share that at the end, that same format with our land admin department, so that they can set up and see exactly what we did through the life of that diligence process, so we know accurately what we have actually purchased. You want to determine your priority here. Some assets are more valuable. Are you going to do it based on allocated value? Are you going to do it based on thresholds? Do you have an area of concern that you really want to look into? You know, Bob can probably speak to some. We've looked at certain wells when we got into a package, and we found an asset that we had put value on. We got to looking into it, like, that's something we haven't ever heard of. We get into it, and there's a problem, and we had to address it. And so you want to make sure that you're covering your bases and protecting the company. And obviously, you want to cover your business necessity. So are you planning on going out here and drilling right away? Because if you are and you're wanting to get that stuff into production, it may change how you actually do your diligence versus just undeveloped leasehold. And then your scope, how do you want to run it out? What are your timelines? And then you want to track and monitor all of your progress all the way through this thing. Anything to add?
So, yeah, a couple of things. As Heath said, if your objective here is to acquire drill-ready acreage, having your diligence team put together the details and the files so that your land team and your land admin teams can get these leases set up in the system quickly and get them drilled quickly is very important. So you want to have good communication with your title diligence team and all your internal departments that are working on this and are going to be dealing with it after the acquisition closes. The other thing is this title diligence team, a lot of times, you know, it's going to be heavily controlled by title attorneys. Are there any title attorneys here today? Good. I can talk about it. Title attorneys, and I can say this because I spent the most boring year of my career as a title attorney. But title attorneys tend to get overly focused on the details, which is good, but they are not able to apply any business judgment to the title defects that they're identifying and the things that they're pointing out. The good thing about being inside an oil and gas company is we have the luxury of being able to use our experience in the past to exercise business judgment in terms of, okay, the title attorney that's doing the diligence has identified this particular defect, and then we can use our judgment and collectively, and we try not to dump that burden on any one department or any one person, but we can collectively say, okay, we're looking for drill ready. We would drill a well. If we took this lease ourselves, we would drill the well with this defect and deal with it later on before we pay out any royalties. So, we'll exercise the business judgment. So like Heath said, we don't do these to find defects and exclude leases. We want all the leases unless it's really a fatal title issue that we wouldn't drill a well on. So being able to exercise that business judgment is a luxury that we have internally that outside title attorneys don't have.
Okay, so applying, everything here again, we keep hammering these same points over and over, but it's very, very important because this is what builds the foundation for once you're through your diligence, also going into the final part, which will be settling up on all of the defects and everything.
Well, and over the last 8 years, we've seen the same issues come up over and over again. So it really, there are a lot of repeatable patterns.
So again, it's just getting to know the courthouse system because you're into the diligence process, so you're going to be living in this world now. So you needed to know what to try to negotiate, but now you actually have to apply it, and you're in here having to deal with those limitations and restrictions. And then that actual document that you're going to format your review and you're going to adjust reports. So you want to have open collaboration. And we usually, when we're in the middle of a diligence project, we probably have at least a weekly phone call with our diligence team. And he may bring up or she may bring up different points throughout it where there's things we're seeing because maybe we're handling an aspect or we've been digging into the files more. So that open discussion, and like Bob said, there's multiple teams involved here, but you definitely want to have a rapport with whoever's actually in the trenches doing the grunt work here, really digging into the title. We also make sure that we have a nice, concise, consistent, user-friendly report. You can give me a spreadsheet all day long, but if it's just a bunch of jumbled up information, it doesn't do me any good, and it's not going to do anyone else downstream any good. Those reports need to adhere to the PSA requirements. That is a key. And you want to make sure your reports identify acceptable defects under the PSA. So those 2 points right there are something that's very important. You don't want to send in something that's out of line with PSA. So if you're defecting things that you're not allowed to, you're wasting your time. 2, you're just going to make the other side very, very angry because you don't have the authority to do that. Secondly, is if you don't adhere to the PSA requirements, the report's invalid. So if you submit something that doesn't comply with the PSA, it's as if you didn't defect it. So if you find a major problem, but you haven't followed the rules, then you're out of luck. And that
kind of goes back to when you're negotiating the PSA, make sure that you tell your people that are doing the negotiating, if you're the seller, what you want to see from the buyer in terms of a defect notice and specifics and details and copies. Make that clear to whoever's negotiating the PSA so that they know to put in the PSA what you want to see as the seller's title team so that you know what to expect. Same for the buyer. You want to make sure that you understand what is in that PSA and what is going to be required of you, not just on the notice, but also on attachments, and as we've run into a few times, on how that is delivered. Back in the olden days before these virtual data rooms, having to show up at the seller's office with boxes and boxes of title defect notices and supporting documentation was not always fun, especially if you slipped up and had the notice due either on a weekend or the day after a holiday or Mondays. We've learned the hard way. Don't have any deadlines fall on a Monday. That's terrible and painful for everybody and their families.
Yeah, so like Bob said, you need to know what you're going to put in here and you have to follow that. You also want to know that for what report you're going to use. You may send a different report out. You may pull information out of the report you're using for your master, but you need to know what you want. So all these sound like minuscule details, but when you're going through, acres and acres and file after file after file, you want everything to be easy. You want everything to be right there at your fingertips. And so you lay out what documents you want, pertinent information, how you want your notes, the order of it. That may seem like something odd to bring in, but how are you going to classify all of it? How are you going to set it? And is it going to be one PDF or is it going to be a bunch of separate docs? You're going to use Excel spreadsheets. We like the Excel spreadsheets, but that may not work under our PSA that we're in. May not be able to send that. They may become too convoluted and hard to understand, but you got to kind of set all this up to make it easy for yourself. The key here, though, when you're doing these, adjust to each PSA. You have to make every deal unique. You need to be able to be flexible. You may have a standard, and that standard works. Adjust it, tweak it, make it what you need. Adjust to the different areas that you're going to be working, and adjust to your business needs. Like I said, if you're buying a PDP asset, that's one thing. If you're buying an undeveloped asset that has locations that you can go get out on quickly, you may change what you're doing. So just be flexible, but whatever you do for that deal, maintain consistency for that specific deal.
And that kind of ties into what we were saying at the beginning about this being a team effort. You want the people involved in the PSA and the people involved in the title diligence involved early on in the evaluation of the asset, the bidding on the asset, the understanding the seller's management presentation. You really need, the more you know about the asset, and I know Heath talked about that earlier, but the more you know about the asset, the better you're going to be able to draft the PSA, and the easier it's going to be to conduct the title due diligence and get the files set up once the acquisition closes.
So here I have an example of a diligence report, this is our cover sheet. So a lot of times in Appalachia, we'll do a different report for each parcel. You may run that differently, like we talked about earlier. You may want it on a section basis, a unit basis, a lease basis, and cover multiple lands. We'll run our searches back to 1850. That's when the reservation started in Ohio for oil and gas. The other side of that is, I need to go back as far as possible due to the court rulings on the Marketable Title Act and the Dormant Mineral Act in regard to severed minerals in Ohio. We'll go through, we identify what offices we want them to check. All those will probably look pretty normal to you. There's genealogy. That's a big deal in Ohio for us. They have a lot of information at some of those offices. So that's something unique, especially given the court rulings. We're having to drum up and find these errors. And then this report, you'll see it's by parcel. We'll have our legal description there. It's a short summary. It's not the meets and bounds probably of this. We live in meets and bounds unlike Oklahoma. We have our certification dates. We'll have an ownership summary in it. We'll have the defects identified. I know it doesn't on this cover page, but you'd see it. And they're set out, and it'll actually give us what the defect is and if they found any other irregularities that they want to flag for us. We may not defect it, may not be allowable. We may not think that irregularity in title is a big deal because we're using our business judgment. But we want to know about it and we'll analyze it. And then I love maps. They help so much, especially having been a formal title attorney. They help just so you can kind of see what's happening with the lands. So then you've put together your report. or you're building the reports. And again, it's tracking progress and monitoring all this as you go. Because you want to stay in tune with all your timelines and what requirements you have in the PSA. You got to know the scope and workload of that review. Make sure that you can actually meet what you're trying to accomplish. Sometimes that's tricky. You may get in there and think, oh man, we can get this much done. And then you get into the courthouse, you find out there's holes in the records, there's problems with the files, and you're kind of having to adjust on the fly. That's why we do the regular status sessions, like I talked about. And we also provide regular updates to the seller. So this is something that Bob and I, it comes up in every PSA. And especially being a buyer, I like to do it because it shows a sense of good faith with them, that we're wanting to work with them and give them the chance to resolve any issues. So as we're wading through and we're finding problems, we actually put in most of our PSAs that we will submit interim reports so that they can go in there and start working it. And I think it helps a lot, because some of the stuff you're like, hey, we just can't find this. Well, a lot of times it leads to, oh wait, we need to send you this file. And so I think that's something, and I don't know if you'd have anything to add to that, but it really does kind of build a rapport with that other side too, and just facilitates moving the whole deal along.
Yeah, and you know, one of the common provisions in a purchase and sale agreement is a walk right for the seller, where, you know, if the buyer defects a certain percentage, then the seller has a right to walk. So you kind of have to think about that and balance that as to, you know, when you're submitting your final title defect notice, is, you know, do you really want to give them the right to walk away from the deal because you're trying to buy drill-ready acreage, or you're trying to buy production that you want? So by sending the interim reports and getting interim curative back and resolving those issues, you can be more assured that when it comes to the final title defect notice, you're really only giving them notice on the true title defects, and you're not giving them notice or having to decide whether to give them notice on things that they have the curative already in their files. They just forgot to post it.
So I know a lot of this is what I'm getting ready to go into, we've already talked about. This is all intentional, because all of this feeds and continues to build off each other in every phase. So you're looking at the same information. It's just in each phase of your diligence, you're using it differently. And so again, when I'm talking about maintain a diligence report, so you have all your diligence reports that you have obtained. I mentioned the master report. You're going to want that, so you can compile all that progress, because I guarantee it, when Bob emails me and says, where are we sitting? What's this asset look like? I can have it all compiled in one report, and I can tell him, hey, you know, we have a deductible of 2%, and that's $5 million. I'm already at $10 million of defects. I'm way over our deductible. You want to be able to maintain that for various reasons. Again, consistent formatting. That's why you go back and you create standards, you create your guidelines, you create your report. And then you want to capture any necessary analytics for the project, for management, or for your team, or for your land admin staff down the way. Because I guarantee it's going to come up. There's nothing worse than early on in some of the reports or some of the deals that we didn't have designated teams to do certain things. So trying to go off everybody's memory of what had happened, or a law firm had done the diligence for us and they don't exist anymore, the lawyers have moved on, and trying to figure out, why did we do this, or what does this mean? What did we end up getting out of this? And, you know, we're getting questions, landowner inquiries, or you know, different people in other departments, and so that makes it a lot of fun. You had nothing to do with it, especially. But if you can tailor all this stuff to your project, to your business needs, and make sure that you can use it throughout, it'll make your life so much easier. The other side is, again, all of this needs to adhere to the PSA requirements. So Make sure you have it all set for your timelines. You want to apply all the knowledge you gain. Make sure you prioritize everything. Make sure everyone's clear on those deadlines and the requirements that you have to fulfill. And then allow plenty of time. And there's two things here. It says allow time to finalize documentation prior to the deadline. So it's one thing to get the reports done. So then it's another thing to actually put it all together. And that takes a lot of time. That's where Bob's like, you don't close anything on weekends. You don't set diligence deadlines on a Monday at all, because you'll spend your entire weekend trying to compile all of this into a format that actually works. So you need to give yourself time to draft it, give yourself time to compile it, and then give yourself time to upload it. And even though technology is great, if you don't provide the backup documentation, you could default on your diligence as well. So you have to give yourself time for all of these aspects. And depending on how large of a deal you're looking at, that upload time could be hours upon hours, depending on what you're doing.
No, I think you hit that well. It is surprising, and it's especially surprising to management a lot of times, how much time it takes to get things uploaded, to get things finalized, and get things, formally delivered. Technology's great now. It's nice having these VDRs, and if you provide for that type of delivery in your PSA, great. But if you don't, then you're going to be even spending more time copying, printing things off, and hand delivering boxes, which is not fun when a lot of counterparties you're dealing with are in other cities besides Oklahoma City.
So next we'll talk about you. So you've gone through the process here. You've negotiated the agreement for your diligence. You've actually started your diligence, set your standards, set your reports. You've completed your diligence, and now you've got it all ready to go, and now you're going to provide notice. So I would tell you, you want to standardize this as much as you can as well. And again, a lot of it depends on what your PSA requires. Because you want to make it easy to discuss it. You also want to make it easy to track and follow. So again, I rely on our master sheets a lot of times. We provide the defect notice that will conform with the requirements of the PSA. Again, all this is, I know, repetitive. This is how important all these different parts are when you're doing these agreements. Are you going to do a separate report? Some of this is just, you got to figure out what's the PSA require, or what's your preference, or when you're dealing with the buyer in these interim periods, maybe you find something that works for that deal. Maybe it depends on what asset you're buying. Maybe it's easier to do it, we can do one big lump report, or maybe we can do individual reports and make it simple. You'll want to clearly identify the defects. One of the things I strongly encourage as well, consistent, uniform language. And you want those comments to be consistent throughout. Because if you're using different verbiage every time, you may get into some kind of, ambiguous argument about what you mean in this defect or what you mean in this defect. When you can, use the definitions from the PSA, because they're defined. So if you're writing out defects, use those defined terms that we talked about. Bob said, they're heavily negotiated, and they are. Those terms, can't change them. They are actually locked into the agreement. So if you can use those terms in your defects, there's no ambiguity. You'll want to provide any kind of ownership report or backup documentation. You want to have a clear calculation of what that defect value is as well. And that's why the allocated value is so important. You need to be able to clear that out and make sure that everyone is on the same page as to what the value is. Are you going to defect in full? Is it a partial defect? Make sure all this is clear and identifiable to the seller. Identify the necessary curative to actually resolve the issue. And this is something that I think people really miss out on, because there's multiple ways to fix something. And if you know the area, you know the assets, you have experience, you can provide different ways. I don't need someone to go out and think every time they need to go get a quitclaim deed. There may be different documentation that can resolve something.
Yeah, I think that's an important point. As a seller, over the years, I've always appreciated it when the buyer with his defect notice has said, okay, you know, we've got this, we've identified this particular defect, you know, kind of like some good title attorneys will do that are helpful, you know, we'll accept an affidavit of heirship. You don't have to go probate this, just get us an affidavit of heirship, or, you know, get us an affidavit of non-production, or, you know, something basic that will allow everybody to utilize their business judgment and move on, not a full-blown, you know, clear marketable title type of curative instrument.
I agree 100%. So once you put together that report, transmitting it, like Bob said, you know, a lot of it's done electronically now. So the file sharings, I like them because it's immediate. Even when you're in your interim aspects, it's immediate, it's nice, it's smaller amounts of documentation. The other thing it can do is it can create alerts. So I know when something's been uploaded, or they know when something's been uploaded, and that helps because you can immediately go grab that instrument and maybe it resolves an issue or provides a little insight that you were looking for. It also is a control factor. You know who has access, you know who can get to those documents, you know who's downloading them. And it's just personal preference. There's so many different ones out there. Some of them work better than others. It depends on the volume, a lot of it. And then lastly on your notices, this is very important on notice and notice parties. Make sure you are following the methodology of the PSA, whether it's by email, whether it's by regular mail, it's delivery, and then make sure you properly designate the proper notice party. That is important. Every one of these agreements will say who gets what notice, and you need to make sure the notice is sent to the proper representative of the company.
People don't mess that up, do they, Heath?
I have no comment. I didn't do it.
No, we were actually a seller a few years ago, and the buyer sent their defect notice to the wrong party. I mean, the PSA clearly stated how and to who it was supposed to be delivered. They sent it to the wrong party, and you know, unfortunately, being the evil general counsel, I had to send them a letter the next day, you know, saying, you know, we're sorry that you didn't comply with the notice provision, you know, and did not submit any defect notices. First, you know, they were a good counterparty, and we, you know, ended up agreeing to accept it because it was the right thing to do, and you know, we didn't want to hold their feet to the fire. Again, you know, like I said earlier, you know, something you do on one deal may come back to haunt you on the next. So we ended up accepting their defect notice, but you know, we didn't let them forget about their mess up. But it was, in the end, we all laughed about it when we got the deal closed. But it is important. So not everybody would be that kind and reasonable.
So the good thing about that is it kind of ties into this is the discussions and collaborations on a curative effort. So with the buyer or seller, or whichever side you're on, working with the opposing party, you know, have those calls, maintain those discussions, work with them, you know, discuss what options are there. It may, like I said, there may be more than one way to fix this, or maybe they have an idea that is better than what you've thought of. But then again, adhere to the definitions and requirements of the PSA. But at least have those engagements, and you know, you guys are in this together. There's an objective for both sides here. You want to remember that. As you cure things, update the master report. Keep track of it. Because again, I've told Bob we had $10 million defects. weekend diligence, or weekend curative, where you at? Well, now we're at $7 million of defects. So it's important. Management's going to want to know. Remember, we didn't get into this deal to defect the asset. I'm trying to buy an asset. But you'll want to use that, have your curative documents where you can locate them and reference them, because you will need them. You will more than likely want them in the file. You want them with the well file. And again, adjust all your values, like I said. Curative analysis, adhere to the PSA, adhere to your thresholds. So you may cure one item, and you may have another defect on a parcel or on a lease, and it may throw you below a threshold. Or you may partially cure a defect, and it may throw you below a threshold. Then you can no longer defect it. You have to adhere to that and pay attention. Again, know the area, know what's available to you, understand the nuances. Work with your diligence lead or team members, whoever's reviewing it, see if they've come up with something. Maybe one person found a document that clears several people's report, and you can knock several things off just by having that conversation. Again, Bob mentioned walk drags. Be mindful of that as you're trying to cure all this stuff. Be creative, be flexible. Again, I didn't enter into an agreement to defect the asset. And then when it comes down to finalizing the defects and settlement, be mindful of your business needs and what your company practices are. So if you're comfortable with something that you would go drill under, it may not be worth fighting over just because you have the right in the PSA to do that. Keep a big picture of the deal. Compromise when necessary and when it's reasonable. And work to avoid title arbitration. Trust me on that. You do not want to go into that. It's expensive, it's time consuming, and it's not fun at all. We've done that one time in 20-something deals on the sheet. It worked out well for us. It saved us about $18 million, but it was about 3 months worth of work. Because we couldn't get them through the whole negotiation phase to come to a settlement. So by the end of we put that together, then they asked for more information from us, and I don't even know what the lawyer bill was that helped us compile it. So, but I would say that be reasonable, keep the big picture in mind, try to avoid arbitration.
Yeah, and there have been several deals where, either after the curative period or before the curative period formally starts, because of the interim reports and the interim curative that's been provided, we've ended up, sitting down at a conference table, sometimes well into the night with the other party and just negotiating back and forth on, the reasonableness of the title defects, and whether or not there's something that a reasonable operator would drill over. And then, in a lot of cases, or at least several on this list, we've ended up negotiating just a reduction in the purchase price, and we as the buyer have taken on the obligation to go get the necessary curative, because we figure we want to drill this as soon as possible. We can get our people out there to get the curative faster than the seller, especially if it's a seller who's exiting the basin and has already started laying people off. So sometimes there is a separate negotiation at the end to just reduce the purchase price and take the assets as is.
So lastly, under the notices is the timelines and deadlines, and this is not a mistake. The most important thing is don't miss your deadlines. So I'll let you read between the lines on all the rest of those items, but don't miss the deadlines, because there's no forgiveness with the PSA agreements. So in summary, I think the big deal here is, be willing to tailor each PSA. Make sure that you have the right deal structure for your asset base. Know the area and the nuances of that area. Create standards and guidelines. Lock down your timelines. The more consistent you can be, the better off you're going to be. Track and manage all that progress, because it will come back. multiple times, either for management or downstream customers. Collaborate, communicate, all facets of the team. Like Bob said, one of the most important things, it may seem weird that, me as a title person is our director of A&D, but it makes life so much easier being on the front end of that analysis and all of those negotiations to run out the diligence. So then adhere to requirements of the PSA, be flexible and maintain that big picture point of view, and not miss your deadline. That's all I have.
I think you covered it. You did a great job. So I think we've got a few minutes left. If there are any questions, we'd be glad to try and answer them. Don't be bashful. Except the Ascent bunch. We get your questions all the time anyway.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Oh, we thought the TV was for us. Oh, okay. Thank you, Tammy. Thank you, sir.
So underneath two chairs, there's a sticky note, and if you have a sticky note, you want a prize. That one and that other brown. And then she has. Did we find the winners? So these were gifts from Cleveland County Mercantile and Guthrie. The owner is Minecca Gibbs. So thank you, Minecca, for donating those gifts as well. Okay. Yeah, he
Last four are 4565. 4565.
Okay, last four, 4608.
Okay, so now we're going to give away a $50 Best Buy gift card. So we'll let Bob put it on.
All right. Oh, I got two. This name is Mandy Cookson.
And we'll do one more. Want to do cash or prize? Jessica, what do you think? You're Vanna.
Let's do chocolate.
Okay, we have a $100 Southwest gift card. Okay, switch it around.
Andy Christensen.
Good job.
Andy is not allowed to win anything else.
So should we do one more so we can get rid of Andy on something else? do a 50 either.
Okay.
This is on. 4599.
Sally, good job, Sally.
All right, thank you very much. Really appreciate it.
All right, now we have a break till 2:30. There's some snacks I think we have back there. And this is your last break to get some more of the charity tickets. So if you want those, hit up Emily.
Our next speaker is Dr. Paul Lambert with the Oklahoma Historical Society. Dr. Paul Lambert is from Oklahoma City, born in Tulsa and grew up in Tishomingo. He earned an undergraduate degree in Murray State College in Tishomingo at East Central University in Ada. His MA and PhD degrees in history were earned at Oklahoma State University. He is the author and co-author of 16 books. He has various positions on the staff of the Oklahoma Heritage Association for 32 years, before joining the staff of the Oklahoma Historical Society in 2002. He retired from OHS in 2016. Please help me welcome Dr. Paul Lambert.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to come speak to you all today. I looked at your program and see that you heard from Dana Murphy and people like that, so I kind of feel like I did once when I had to give a speech immediately after George and I. That was not fun, let me tell you. It's daunting. But today we're going to talk a bit about the early Oklahoma oil industry as well as the Oklahoma City field. It was vastly different than the industry, and of course it is today. Massive changes in technology and so forth, as well as understanding of rules and preventing pollution and waste and so forth. In the early days, it was kind of a different animal. The impact of the oil and gas industry on Oklahoma cannot be overstated. It's hard to imagine today where Oklahoma would be or what we would be if it were not for oil and gas. Probably like North Dakota, of course, even there, changing too, of course. But payrolls, tax payments, royalty payments, and philanthropy generated by oil and gas companies, oil men and women, have been and will, I believe, continue to be pillars of our economy and society. Oklahoma is part of what we refer to as the Great Mid-Continent Oil Field, Mid-Continent region. It stretches from central Texas all the way into Kansas. It includes parts of Arkansas and Louisiana. By 1935, 8,804,000,000 barrels of oil had been produced from the mid-continent. 1935. Of that amount, just under 400 million were produced in Oklahoma. I'm sorry, not million, just under 4 billion barrels were produced in Oklahoma during that period. It's almost hard to imagine. That's massive. From a worldwide perspective at the time, Oklahoma was a major oil region, major oil producer. As I said, the industry differed dramatically back then from the way it is now. In a variety of ways, I'll mention just a few. One of them was the law of capture. I'm sure most of you probably heard of that. But what the law of capture meant was that whoever brought the oil or natural gas to the surface, it belonged to them. So if you drilled a well right on the lease boundary, pulled a bunch of oil or gas or both from the neighboring lease from underneath that lease, it didn't matter. It was yours. So what did that cause? It caused people to want to drill up their property as fast as they could. Oil companies knew that if they didn't get it drilled up, somebody would get it from them. So you had what they called line fights. You've probably seen maybe some old photos of line fights where someone would drill a well right on the edge of their lease next to the adjoining lease. That would be off, the people in the other lease would offset that with a well right there too, so you wouldn't be draining their oil. It would go right down the lease line, well after well after well. Very costly, inefficient, and wasteful. That was the rules of the game back in the day. It did waste a lot of product. The industry was much more labor intensive then than it is now. Nearly everything was done by manual labor. You had wooden derricks, for example. These had to be built by rig builders, men who specialized and went from oil boom to oil boom to hammer together wooden derricks. You had everything you can think of. Pipelines, for example, were all dug by hand, manually. Everything was done by hand by laborers that were called pipeline cats in the lexicon of the day. Word is that was maybe the hardest job in the whole industry. Those people hit it hard all day long, digging those ditches and laying the pipeline. My father, early in his career after high school, was a pipeline cat for a while, so I've heard some of those stories. It's riding in his case, from Kiefer, which is over by Tulsa, in the winter on the top of a stack of pipes in the bed of a flatbed truck all the way to Burbank, western Osage County. It was tough conditions. Construction of storage tanks, which would begin in these fields when they were producing as rapidly as they could, had a massive need for construction of 55,000 barrel and sometimes smaller, but often that size tanks. And that was done again, mostly by manual labor, by guys that were referred to as tankies. For a tankie, you were a tank builder. Cable tool drillers were a unique type of labor. They were required because you used cable tool rigs. I'll mention a little bit more about that in a minute. Cable tools required you, instead of drilling around like rotary rigs do, cable rig involved raising and dropping massive heavy drill bits and then just breaking and pounding your way through the earth, basically, bailing out the residue and pounding. And to be a cable tool driller, you had to know just how high and how hard to drop that drill bit, because if it didn't hit hard enough, you didn't make any progress. But if you went too hard, it would start going off, glancing off and going off to at an angle during your whole process. Let's start over again. So those guys were highly prized and well paid. They looked down their nose at rotary drillers, and they started coming on because it didn't take nearly as much skill being a cable man. Another type of work that people that flocked into these oil booms were guys that were called shooters. We have the process of fracking, but this is an early version of that. Shooters they built metal torpedoes filled with nitroglycerin. They would lower down into the hole and then ideally ignite at the proper depth to fracture the formation. It was an amazingly dangerous work. All kinds of stories abound about shooters getting, and other people, because of shooters making a mistake, getting blown to bits. Read one where the fellow was talking about they were ready for the well for the shooter to show up. Kept waiting, and he was late, didn't show. Finally, sent somebody with a truck down the route that they knew who should have been coming from. About 10 miles away, they found this massive hole in the road, damage everywhere. Never found any sign of the shooter. It was disintegrated, basically. That happened more than once. Happened fairly often. Another one that tells the story about the shooter's torpedo got stuck and didn't go all the way down where it needed to be. They got a long pole that he's trying to prod it, knock it loose where we're going down. Of course, it blew, and I almost blew up the microphone. But it blew and it killed several people, including one guy who was hiding behind a tree, slicing the tree. Incredibly powerful stuff and dangerous. I've read several different times where old-time guys would say, one thing's for sure, you never see an old shooter. They either quit while they're still pretty young, or they get. A lot of towns have ordinances banning shooters from driving through town with they had trucks that they had nitro and torpedoes and everything loaded on. You ban them from driving into your town because you don't want them to blow up Main Street. Another different thing about the early oil industry in Oklahoma was the nature of boom towns. I know that in more recent times, you had some boom towns like Elk City during the Great Anadarko Basin boom. Different places. Let me rest assured, there's no comparison to the early boom towns from the standpoint of how difficult it was to exist in one of those places. Whenever oil was discovered in a new area, word would immediately get out. Lease hounds would descend, start leasing land, and then following pretty soon that, oil field companies and their workers and all would descend on the area because remember the law of capture. If you don't get in there and get it doing it, somebody else is going to get it all, and you're left out of it. Oh. So all of a sudden you might have a town of 5, 6, 10,000 people where there was nothing. Including, in addition to the workers that would come in and the people connected to the oil companies, you had all the camp followers, which would be legitimate merchants. Whoops, about that. In fact, I have been talking, probably didn't. Get where I should be. Now, there's the shoot. These are, I'm sorry, I forgot about advancing the slide. Wait till these are shooters. You can see their wagon. Side there are the torpedoes that load the nitro. They would have in their wagon cans of nitroglycerin. And can you imagine going along these back roads, pumping, hitting stuff? Sometimes just jostling it the wrong way would ignite stuff and just blow everybody. So these guys, I wouldn't want their job. Okay, we'll get to that one. But in addition to the workers, you had legitimate merchants, people coming in to open up Greasy Spoon cafes, and clothing stores, and all the kind of businesses that all of a sudden were needed when you have 8 or 10,000 people gathered together. And it threw up these ridiculous, either tin buildings or often wooden buildings, cheaply as they could, as fast as they could, put these businesses in. We also had purveyors of vice. That were among the camp followers. Prostitution was rampant. Illegal gambling, illegal alcohol, saloons, and so forth. Gambling dens. These were everywhere. Because the workers usually got paid once a week cash. So all of a sudden they got money in their pocket and they're working like a dog all week and they're ready for a little entertainment. Most of the men, even I know today, but even back then, especially, followed the booms from one boom to the other. Most of these were young, single men. There were targets for camp followers, purveyors of vice, and so forth. They were also the targets of the criminal element. Robberies, get hit over the head and your money taken. All that happened a lot. A lot. We'll talk a little bit more about a specific example or two of that. Those people got killed a lot too. This is the old Wild West, in a way. I mean, in addition to crime, you had basic problems of living. When you arrived at this place, the first thing you do is find a place to sleep. Oftentimes, that was just about impossible. They threw together these ramshackle, what they call hotels, like flop houses, as fast as they could, but they couldn't do it fast enough in most places. You would end up some places where they would rent space on the roofs of buildings, sleep on the rooftops. Fishing, they, for a time, people slept under the pool tables and pool halls while people were playing pool top, because it was a 24-hour cycle. You worked your shifts, but it was wells and everything were running 24 hours a day, so people were always off work and just try to sleep or whatever. Lodging was ridiculous. A lot of times, you just ended up sleeping on the ground for a while until you could find a place. Food was ridiculously expensive. They had horrible greasy spoon cafes that charged a lot of money for the pretty egregious slop that they out there. People, when you're young, single, you don't have a way to be cooking your own. You do. Mail service. Just getting a letter from home is almost impossible. Most of these towns, if they did not exist prior to the boom, didn't even have a post office initially. Or if it was a little bitty town that boomed big, they had a one-window walk-up post office where so you'd have a line that would go around the block. People just trying to get their mail. It was common practice to pay some kid to stand in line for you to go up and get your mail. Again, in several places I read about, research that they just simply took the mail sacks in the pool hall and dumped the mail out on top of the pool tables and said, everybody just sorted through it trying to find their own mail. Just typical stuff like that was just every day. Essentially, there were two types of boom towns. The towns that existed prior to the boom, but maybe were some little sleepy farming hamlet of 200 or 300 people that would blossom to 10,000, 12,000 people almost overnight. Or in other cases, you had towns that didn't even exist prior to the boom. Discovery of oil, right central in the area, and the town just among the latter of the towns that didn't exist before the boom, that came up places like Kiefer, Drumright, Shamrock, Whizbang, we'll talk about Whizbang, Ragtown, and the others. Shamrock was interesting. It's over in Creek County, part of the greater Cushing Drumright field. But it was, everything there was Irish in flavor. The town, most of the buildings in the town were painted green. They even imported a Blarney stone from Ireland. Shamrock Brogue was the newspaper, so forth. Fascinating place. You can still see the remnants of it. There's not much left, but built shells of buildings. An interesting place. Oklahoma's first oil well was earlier than you would think. We all know that oil was discovered at Titusville, Pennsylvania by Colonel Edmund Drake in 1859. That is generally viewed as the beginning of the age of petroleum. Oklahoma's first oil well also was drilled in 1859 in Indian Territory near present-day town of Salina in the Cherokee Nation by Lewis Ross, who was the brother of Cherokee Chief John Ross. Lewis Ross had a salt works. So what he was drilling for was not oil. he was drilling for salt water, so that he could bring it up and then get the salt out of it and so forth. Imagine his disappointment when he actually hit a shallow oil well, produced about 5-7 barrels a day for almost a year. He didn't quite know what to do with it. Very disappointing. But it was our first oil well, and I've always thought it was interesting. It happened in the same year as the world famous Drake well in Pennsylvania. First commercially successful oil well in Oklahoma was the Nellie Johnstone Bartles well. Nellie Johnstone was, this is Nellie Johnstone, was drilled in 1897, but they had no way to market it. The railroad hadn't arrived in Bartlesville yet. So they capped it. In 1899, railroad finally was constructed into Bartlesville. Whoops. Their trigger on this thing. Back where I need to be. That's Nellie Johnstone. This is the first oil train out of Bartlesville, taking oil to Neodesha, Kansas, to a little refinery. This is really, in many respects, the real beginning of the early Oklahoma oil boom, series of booms. Bartlesville became the first oil boom town in Oklahoma. Following this, oil was discovered over the next 35 years throughout much of the state. We'll talk just briefly about some of the more significant. One of the early fields that was interesting was the Cherokee Shallow Sand District. That was located east of Bartlesville in Wada and Rogers counties. What made this field so interesting was it was called the poor man's field because wells there came in at depths of 500 and even shallower, as shallow as 100 to 200 feet. So you could, almost no money, really anybody could drill a well that depth and get oil and make good money. A lot of companies started there because they could get in cheap and build from there. Red Fork, near Tulsa, and Cleveland in eastern Pawnee County also spurred continued wildcatting. Those two were successful fields, but not giants. But they really got the wildcatters going in that region of the state. Led to the discovery in 1905 of Oklahoma's first giant oil field, Glen Pool, which is located just southwest of Tulsa. Sorry. I didn't really scream. I may need a computer assistant here. How to do that. Back to. I'm a historian, not an engineer. Yeah, here we go. Sorry about that. Talk about Glen Pool. Glen Pool was the first giant oil field recognized worldwide. Made such a big stir. Again, because of the law of capture, everybody's producing the oil as fast as they can, and these are incredibly prolific oil wells. Here we have the creation of a storage lake in Glen Pool. Or just dam up a ravine or find any place they could do to make a lake of oil. This was very common because they couldn't build the storage tanks fast enough, and there were no pipelines of any significance in the area. Eventually, this field was so significant that pipelines were built in from other areas, such as the Gulf Coast, where refineries have been established down there because of the Texas discovery and Spindletop. So oil pipelines built into this part of Oklahoma, which had several effects. It meant that pipelines from other fields could be built over and connected, so that the market for Oklahoma crude was greatly increased. Kiefer was the notorious boomtown that was created by this oil field. I'll mention it briefly because it's so interesting. The way that, because of its position in the field, 55,000 barrel storage tanks were built immediately behind the business buildings on Main Street of Kiefer, right out back of it. Some years later, when those tanks were drained, about 20 skeletons were found in the muck at the bottom of those tanks. Knocked somebody in the head, wanted to disappear, sunk into the storage tank. So that was quite a shock when those skeletons were discovered there. But this was a tough town. I mean, these businesses were like, one place was called the Bucket of Blood Saloon. Places you don't want to be in there. Another early major oil producing area in Oklahoma was Osage County. Beginning early in the century, Osage County featured a series of individual pools all throughout the county. Ultimately, the continuing exploration led to the discovery of the Burbank field by E.W. Marland in western Osage County, 1920. This was another major giant oil field recognized on an international scale. Until recently, by the way, Osage County had more oil wells in the county than any other county in the United States. Only in fairly recent years surpassed by Kern County, California. But it's full of boom towns. Everywhere you go in Osage County, there are old boom towns, ghost towns. There used to be, there's just nothing but shells and buildings. Oh, I keep doing it. Press the top button instead of the one to the side. Okay. Osage County was the home of, or the location of one of my favorite boom towns, a place called Whizbang. I just love, the name attracted me if nothing else, and then I got researching it. Post office name for this place was Denoya, named after a prominent Osage family, but everybody just called it Whizbang. And there were there's another view of it. A lot of speculation. Where did that name come from? I found 3 different theories, and I finally figured out which one I think is accurate. But back in that time, there was a prostitute from Kansas City who was notoriously famous, named Whizbang Red. She, of course, visited Denoya, and some say that, they just named the town after her, Whizbang. Another old timer said, no, that couldn't be it. He said the real reason was town was so active 24 hours a day, that whizzed all day and banged all night. But the real reason, I believe, was there was a magazine, kind of a Playboy magazine of that period, called Captain Billy's Whiz Bang, was the name of the magazine. I believe that the town was named for that publication. But at any rate, all kinds of stuff happened here. Lawman and outlaw getting into a shootout. They both end up in the hospital in the same room, different beds, and they became lifelong buddies after that. Just all sorts of interesting stuff about that. Now, another gigantic field, Cushing Drumright Field, was discovered in 1912 by, again, one of my favorite characters, Tom Slick. What a great name for an oil guy, for a wildcat. I always used to say he had a brother named Earl, but nobody believed me. But Tom Slick was known as the king of the wildcat. Once he drilled like 12 or 13 in a row, dusters, before he finally did his discovery well. He immediately went to town, rented up all the horses and buggies and every kind of transportation that he could get his hands on, so that he could then have run of running around leasing as much as he could, delaying the other lease hounds to come to town. And what do you mean there's no horse and carriage when it's already rented to Tom Slick? They eventually got out there too. Cushing, between 1912 and 1919, was the source of 3% of the oil produced in the world. Just that one field. Think about that. That's pretty amazing. Cushing was so big that, again, all these pipelines that had built into Glenpool were extended to Cushing. They built pipelines in from other places. This kept happening over the decade. Cushing was a long-lived field, and it became such a crossroads of pipelines that it became known as the pipeline capital of the world. The pipeline crossroads of the world. There's still a sign in Cushing that proclaims that. 90 million barrels of storage capacity in Cushing today. It's still international oil and gas. The United States provided most of the oil used by the Allied forces during World War I. Cushing provided a really large portion of that. Lord Curzon, who was the British Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs, stated that, quote, Allies floated to victory on a sea of Cushing oil. Pretty significant place. Drumright was one of the many boom towns of the greater Cushing field. Drumright was one of those towns that did not exist prior to the boom. The creature of the boom. Of course, Drumright, you're probably all familiar with, still there, a small town. Here you see some of the businesses on the streets of Drumright. The sign says Gents, Goods, Cleaners, Easy Spin Cafe, and so forth. Drumright had so much robbery that it was called the hijacking. Somebody would rob you on the street. Back then they tended to call it a hijack. So it literally became known as the hijacking. Interestingly, in the area around Drumright, other little oil camps sprung up, really small, but with some businesses and so forth. This is one of them called Dropright, and a takeoff from the Drumright name. And others were formed as well in the area called All Right, Just Right, Damn Right. all of this activity in northeastern Oklahoma led directly to Tulsa booming teens and 20s, growing dramatically. Headquarters for many, many oil companies. Tulsa became known as the oil capital of the world. Had that title for decades. Known internationally. Among the things that happened there during this period was the International Petroleum Exposition, which was a massive trade show attended by oil producers from around the world. It was an amazing show. It was annual for many years, and it became biennial, and finally ended in the 50s. Tulsa was also the home for what was called the Bible of the oil and gas industry, Oil and Gas Journal, headquartered and published in Tulsa. Another field that was not in northeastern Oklahoma during this early time was the greater Healdton-Hewitt oil field in Carter County, discovered in 1913. Notice how close the derricks are. A lot of times, if you had multiple producing horizons, you would find the same producer would have several derricks because he was tapping different horizons, different depths. Then, of course, again, you drilled as fast as you could because otherwise somebody else would get it. So you have this forest of derricks, which was typical, seen in many of these early oil fields, in fact, virtually all of them. This was a famous, really fabulous, long-lived field, so productive that Ardmore, Oklahoma, which is also in Carter County, where many of the local companies were headquartered, became known as the city with more millionaires per capita than any other city in the United States. Ragtown was another notorious boom town of that period, in that area. It had a horrible reputation. It burned at least twice, almost a whole town, and they just threw it back together again the same way. The reason it did that is that many oil field towns, boom towns, had the same problem. They were so the wells were so close by, and so many would be gushers, and oil would go everywhere. That the buildings were wooden, oil-soaked. Oftentimes there would be natural gas fumes as well. So pretty easy to get a fire started. Those conditions hard, and they had very little means of fighting it. Have a real fire department thrown together boom town. So that was always a problem. Ardmore, that I mentioned earlier, was struck by the single greatest oil field disaster in Oklahoma history in 1915. Fumes from at least 3 railroad cars containing casing head gasoline, where they were mostly pretty much empty of the casing head gasoline, but they were fuming. They had a lot of fumes. Apparently, a welder decided to repair something on one of those cars. The hatch ignited that casing head fumes, leading to a massive explosion. See, just a scene of part of downtown Ardmore resulted from that explosion. 43 people died in the explosion and the subsequent fire. Led to a lot of hubbub and attempted regulations of transporting, particularly casing head gas was really volatile type of gasoline, which later pretty much got phased out. I finally learned how to use it. Three Sands was another incredibly interesting oil field, northern Oklahoma, up near Tonkawa. Didn't cover a big area, but it had, early on they found that it had 3 major producing horizons. So you had, this is a shot fairly early in its development, Later, you would see lots of photos where you would have 3 derricks with interlocking legs, just literally right together, each one producing from a different strata. Ultimately, it was learned that there were 13 different producing horizons in the precinct. Again, one of these really unusual and remarkable places. And it also had an interesting boomtown. Here you see part of it, again, kind of early. It's a town of 3 sands. Interesting place. Greater Seminole oil field was discovered in 1923 near Wewoka. Ultimately covered all or most of 5 counties. Huge field. 5 counties. Massive production. Had a real interesting impact on the town of Seminole. Seminole was an existing town of about 800 people. It is estimated that the population of Seminole ballooned to 40,000 people, really rapidly, and with another 50,000 people in the county beyond Seminole. Here's some of the traffic on Main Street in Seminole. Just this way all the time. It's crazy. Seminole, before they were able to pave the streets, and they did them with bricks, before they got that done, it was famous for its mud. Massive amount of vehicular traffic and heavy equipment traffic and all just pulverized the dirt roads in Seminole. Here's again a shot in town. See how deep into the mud that vehicle is. Yeah, right along Main Street, it would be that way. People could walk along the wooden sidewalks and talk to people who were stuck in their cars. And it was said that prostitutes did a lot of soliciting of guys that were stuck in their cars and couldn't know where to go. So it was a bizarre place. The part of town that became the Vice District was called Bishop's Alley. And essentially what the city government decided to do was they went down to where Bishop's Alley started and painted a yellow line across Main Street. The idea was that you keep all of that on your side of the yellow line and we'll basically put the other way. So illegal gambling, everything was rampant. But local law enforcement was, all of these places, overwhelmed. You know, in a lot of places they were bought off too. But there's a lot of both in that going on. Another town that you may have heard of, boomtown in the Greater Seminole, was Cromwell. Cromwell was known nationally as Wicked Cromwell. Such a wild and crazy place. Another town in the Greater Seminole that was nationally famous, Bowlegs. Cromwell and Bowlegs are both still there, little towns that still exist. But tough places. The amazing Oklahoma City field featured, followed the Seminole boom, featured exceptionally high gas pressure and some unusual geology. Also the first field in Oklahoma to be developed in an urban environment. Oklahoma City #1 discovery well was a joint project of the Indian Territory Illuminating Oil Company, Foster Petroleum Company. I always love the name of the Indian Territory Illuminating Oil Company. It was usually referred to as the ITIO for short. Completed in December of 1928, at a depth of just below 6,000 feet. Gas pressure caused the well to blow in with a loud bore, throwing the drilling tools back up to the surface and into the derrick. The well ran wild for more than an hour before being brought into control. It produced more than 4,900 barrels of oil in the first 24 hours. The well's first 27 days of production, 110,496 barrels of crude oil were produced. So this gave oil companies a real clue as to what kind of a major field this might turn into. Other wells were drilled in the immediate vicinity, but as the exploratory efforts began to expand out, they started coming up dry. Most oilmen were puzzled, but the problem was solved by a young geologist employed by the Phillips Petroleum Company named Dean A. McGee. McGee we always think of as Kerr McGee, but he started out and began his career with Phillips. Using latest techniques, including seismography, he convinced his company executives to purchase drilling sites well away from the discovery well, and the gamble proved to be successful. Dean McGee later joined Robert S. Kerr, forming the Kerr, at the time, Kerr-Lynn Oil Company, which became later Kerr McGee. Played a prominent role in the oil and gas history of Oklahoma City. This is McGee and left Senator Carl Wright. Here is a view of the Oklahoma City field. Notice how shiny and slick the ground is because the gas pressure causes blowouts all the time. See all the steam clouds. These are steam boilers that are still being used at this time to power the wells. This is a shot of a well blowing wild near the river, North Canadian River. Just an interesting shot, but also reminds me of the fact that the Canadian River caught fire and burned 2 or 3 different times because it had so much oil and sludge in it. So, now if you get a little trickle, we think it's a disaster. But back then, it was just common, pretty amazing stuff. Here's another view of oil fields, of the Oklahoma City field. I don't know if you can see it at the very back. There's a gusher, and then, of course, one in the foreground. 2 wells gushing wild at the moment. And it's just shining everywhere with oil-covered ground. Wild Mary Sudic was the most famous well in Oklahoma City. And it blew in on March 26, 1930. Just went totally out of control. Went out of control for a number of days, producing, wasting 200 million cubic feet of gas and 20,000 barrels of oil a day while it ran wild. There. This is the Wild Mary Sudic also. And it blew so much oil so high in the air that winds carried oil droplets to fall on the campus of Central State College in Edmond and on the campus of the University of Oklahoma. So when the wind would change, it would go the other way. Pretty significant. Finally, after 9 days, they managed to get a 3,000-pound wellhead that had to have made or placed on it to control the well. That's the crew that finally controlled the well. I'll mention this very quickly. Governor Murray decided that with the Depression and all this massive production from Seminole to Oklahoma City, you can imagine demand far exceeded supply exceeded demand dramatically. Price of oil fell to 10 cents a barrel in the Oklahoma City field. The natural gas, you couldn't give it away. Orchids. Vast amounts of it. He sent the National Guard in the field to enforce production cutbacks. And of course, what a lot of producers did, they reversed the gauges on the wells so that it looked like the well was shut down, but it was really flowing wide open. They built pipelines over Bricktown to build warehouses and put tanks in there and filled them up with oil where they weren't supposed to be producing. So that sound you may hear is my phone ringing. So that was a failed effort. He never really was able to bring that under control. This is some of the guard forces that he sent out to try to enforce these production cuts and whatever. That's Cicero Murray on the far right, his nephew, I think he was, and people called him Generalissimo Cicero Murray. And as the field expanded through town, it went all through residential neighborhoods. Here are firemen hosing down houses in the 800 block of northeast 25th that had been soaked by a well blowing out. This was common. This happened all through these neighborhoods. Then they drilled on the grounds of the Capitol, and that was a big controversial deal. And Governor Marlin brought the National Guard out to keep the city from interfering with it. The city thought that oil wells on the Capitol grounds would be ugly and not in keeping with the way it should look. Marlin said, no, we're going to make the money for the state. So you see well being prepared and guards and standing. Some of the wells here south of the Capitol drilled. And here's a view north of the Capitol. Look how many oil derricks are in that. Pretty amazing scene. All of this vast overproduction and waste and whatever in Oklahoma City led to ending of the law of capture. That's finally away with much more controls by the Corporation Commission, proration, and so forth. Creation of the Interstate Oil Compact Commission by Governor Marlin. It's all a bunch of states involved in that still exist and is headquartered in Oklahoma City today. The early Oklahoma oil boom had come to an end, and things henceforth would change dramatically. I don't know if we've got any time for. Yes, I'm told to have a few minutes if anybody has any questions. Probably put everybody brain to sleep. So.
I've already texted a mentor, like, why didn't you tell me about shooters? Like, that's cool.
Well, the shooters were amazing. Took a lot of nerve to be a shooter. Back then. All righty, thank you again so much.
She's cute, baby, as that. I figured by your stress, you're like, okay, you get her on quick. Should be right there, Values Connect. There you go. I've tried all of them. It's almost like there's just no juice unless they're missing something. They're usually pretty good with those. Is it in my
couple of announcements before we have our final speaker. They've asked if you don't mind leaving your lanyards on the table so we can use those again. Also, right after the final speaker, we'll be having the last of our cash prizes and the 50/50 raffle drawing as well. So now, without further ado, I would like to introduce our final speaker, which I have labeled as inspirational speaker. I did that on purpose because every time I emailed Linda, she has the best emails in the world, and she is just so kind and nice and uses exclamation points a lot, and I like it.
Sorry, I do. I overly punctuate. I'm sorry.
I love it. So I would like to introduce Linda Clark. Linda Clark is the performance strategist with a finger on the pulse of the challenging conversation teams and individuals face around the language of leadership. Linda focuses on value-driven performance, active feedback, and outcomes. In demand as a keynote and workshop speaker, her humorous storytelling encourages participation and inclusivity in audiences ranging from undergraduates to C-suite executives and boards. She combines deep experience in human resources with a passionate approach to service delivery, thoughtful programs that center exploration, adventure, vibrancy, and a challenge as the path to success. You noticed I shortened most of the bios, but I really liked hers. So, a self-described performance locksmith and leadership nerd, she helps organize teams and individuals, liberate curiosity, confidence on the path to innovation and creativity. So, it's my pleasure to introduce Linda Clark.
Thank you so much. These steps are tricky, y'all. Also being played, the part of Linda Clark is being played by Kathleen Turner today. So I have the really deep, slightly cold thing going on. And the clicker works, so hooray, hi. Super excited to be the last person between you and your evening off. So do your best. What'd y'all have for lunch? Okay, so not a ton of carbs, so you're still with me? Take a little break there, and then what prizes do we have left that I get to help with? TV, AirPods, and cash. I heard cash, right? Cool. So let's go fast for another hour, and then you'll be gone. Looking for you to have some questions at the end. And then if you feel like you're safe because they put you over there, I am wireless. And I am an undergraduate professor and have zero shame at helping you participate. Okay? So I can come to you to help you participate, or you can just voluntold yourself, and we'll all keep moving forward. So when Tammy and I talked, she's like, I want you to A, be inspirational at the end of the day, so that didn't include me having my little froggy Kathleen Turner voice, and talk about values. Because after the last year or so, values have really come forward. My background is about 25 years in HR and still managed to keep my sense of humor intact. 10 years of that in retail automotive with AutoNation, and that wasn't working with enough guys, so then I went to the oil field. And I spent 12 more years in the oil field. I love a drilling rig like no one's business. So I've had the good fortune to work with some local EMPs, but I've also had the good fortune to work at oil field services and know it to some degree. If you didn't hear me telling them during the historian's presentation, I texted my mentor, who's an oil field executive, and I'm like, why did you never tell me about shooters? And why did you never tell me about, all of this history? And he was like, this is super interesting. I wish I was there. Why don't you tell me? And I'm like, well, because I'm not going to repeat an hour talk by text. Thanks. Not happening. I don't have the attention span for it. So when we're done, I'm going to send Tammy these slides and some additional resources for you. They can send them out. So all those books that I'll mention, neat things that we always sit in meetings like this and go, I'll order that later. No, you won't, because you won't remember. I'll send it to you. Because I want you to be able to do this with your teams when the smoke clears. So what are we talking about today? Purpose and values and ROI. Now I'll tell you, the 50-something-year-old human, I've not always been the best leader. My first jobs were in the 1980s and 1990s, and some of you were there too. Were we talking about culture and engagement in the 1980s and 1990s? Were we talking about satisfaction at work? No. Were we talking about succession planning? No. Were we talking about values? No. We were talking about productivity. So that's what I learned to do. And then somewhere along the way, a leader was like, soft skills would be super cool right about now. And I was like, no, I have productivity skills. I don't need soft skills. And he was like, no, really, you do. So that was the beginning of me learning that I can be this authentic human that makes mistakes and still does good HR, that struggles sometimes and can still be really qualified instead of being a perfectionist and trying to take everyone with me. So some of the work we're talking about is from Dr. Robert Quinn and Dr. Angel Thakur. What they have done is proven that purpose drives ROI. Instead of feel good, self-help, this would be nice. They're like, hey, no, it reflects in your financials. That living up to your values, that knowing what your purpose is. If I had more time with you, I would go around and ask you, what's your purpose? Because when we go to networking, people say, what do you do? And what do we say? How many of you give them your job title? This is what I do. How many of you start reading off your resume? This is what I do. For years I would go, oh, I'm an undergraduate professor and I do leadership development and I do executive coaching. Until I figured out my purpose on the planet. Purpose is that I liberate curiosity and confidence. How do I do it? Speaking like this. Leadership development, learning to be a good friend and listen, learning to do innovation, learning how to have tough conversations, learning that my directness and abruptness is a superpower, and I can be kind and direct. I don't do nice really well. Nice is kind of thick, right? Like, bless your heart, I hope you fix all of that. Right? That's nice. Kind is, that is a career limiting behavior for you to continue. I love you, what can I do to support you? That's what I mean about being in purpose. Do you think with the time we have, we're going to run through purpose and values? I'm going to try and give you like a tasting menu, right? So the first thing we want to do is move from transaction, right, to contribution. Transaction is I'm doing my job. This is what I do. I'm in my bubble. Contribution is I add value to this organization. This is how I do it. It is every person at the organization, from the brand new day one employee to the most senior, knowing how they contribute. Who is new to their job? Anybody here that's like, okay, I'm in the first year of this job? I'm not raising my hand either because you're following me. Y'all are getting undergraduate Professor Linda in a minute. Then we're also going to move from economics, right, to authenticity. And this gets a little weird. When your friends post those posters on Facebook, y'all know the ones with the number hidden inside the bubbles. But if you look too hard at it, you can't see it, right? You have to kind of look away and blur your eyes, but suddenly you go, there's a number 4. Same thing here. If you chase the economics, you won't get them. If you chase the value, the economics happen. And that's what their research shows. But that if I go, I'm going to treat you nice because you'll make more money for me, it won't work. I have to treat you nice, treat you well, because I said this is how I'm going to treat humans at my organization. Then you will perform. But we don't always believe it. Sometimes we haven't had that history. Looking for positive deviance. How's that for a cool phrase? Like, I feel like that would be a great license tag. Like positive deviance, and let people figure out what that means. Positive deviance means find those people around you that are doing what you want, that look like they're happy all the time, that are finding ways to look at things in a new way, that are not going, oh, I hope it goes back to just like it was in February of 2020. It's not. I hope it doesn't change. It's changed every day of your life. It's been different than the day before. You're outstanding at handling change. You got this. Positive deviance is find that person around you that's doing it different, start following them. Find that individual contributor around you that might need to learn and they have so much passion. Spend some time with them. But sometimes what we do is we chase the squeaky wheel, right? We call back the person that they haven't heard from in a little while. And then we have the tyranny of the here and now. Raise your hand if you feel like the here and now bites you every single day. You're like, today I will do something strategic, and your email's like, get over here and sit down and look at the 3,000 of me. See, it's not just me. The tyranny of the here and now is when y'all go, I'm going to read that book, and then the kids need dinner, and they need a bath, and the dog has rolled in something that you don't even know what it is. Now he's got to go in the bath too. And oh, by the way, I forgot to order the thing off of Amazon that was supposed to be here today. And why are we sitting in the dark? Oh, that electric bill. Here and now is killing us, killing innovation, killing creativity. So how do you start? Put 15 minutes on your calendar, maybe twice a week, to just think about bigger picture. And that gets complicated. Because those are the things that are going to find you the value. So, I put my purpose there. When I send you your resource email, I do think you should sit down and figure out your purpose. If you have children living at home, do it with them. Got a spouse? You all do it together and figure out what is your purpose as individuals, what is your purpose as a family, what is your purpose as a unit. You make all decisions from the purpose over and over again. You'll also see purpose called vision, because I went creeping around at a lot of your companies on your website this week and looking at those vision statements, value statements, those mission statements. We're going to have a couple of them up. So as we go through, what do you have to do to start being a purpose-driven? The first thing you have to do is let go of the old beliefs. People go, oh, we need change management. No, we don't. We need some unlearning. We need to go, we're leaving that behind, we're going to pick up the new thing, and we're going. But you can't change it. You can't upgrade it. You can't move from a fixed mindset to a growth mindset. Instead of going, what's wrong, start with what's right. What is working? How many meetings start with what went wrong? What isn't working? Great. But if 95% of stuff is working just fine, we need to hear that too. And not just constant improvement, constant improvement, constant improvement. We have driven a culture of nobody is enough. Look at the heads down. Think about buying groceries. If anybody's actually going in the store and not calling Instacart, but when you're at the checkout and all those magazines are there, do any of those magazines say, you are just fine like you are? Have a nice day. Don't do that. You need to be what? Skinnier, taller, because you only have two options, right? Smaller or taller, even it out. What else? Younger? Healthier? Richer, right? You're not doing anything right according to the magazines. And the men have it no better, because for a long time I used Cosmo as my go-to, and then I looked at Men's Health, and y'all are out of luck, because Men's Health is some airbrushed 8-pack action telling you you're not enough. We've got to be really careful that when we talk about purpose and vision and values that we're not secretly saying, you're not enough, you're not enough, neither are you, let me help you. Instead of asking people what do you want? Value inspiring through purpose and authenticity versus power over. I think I started when I was really little, right? A single mom raised me. So what did she say when I said, well, am I going to get a vote? Yeah, there was no democracy at the house of Patricia Frazier. She was like, no. So I kind of came out in leadership like that. I was all ready for the power, boom, hold my business card, you will listen. It doesn't work that way. So now I lead by inspiring. The more I talk about making mistakes, the more I'm trustworthy. It shows up in the research. One of the number one ways to build trust is in admitting and asking for help. When we act perfect, we act like it's never happened with us. Even in things like this. When I'm sitting at the table and the person up here is like, someday you'll be as good as I am. I'm like, no. You're a normal human too. How do you mess this up? We need to hear that so we're comfortable. Looking through up here, higher purpose becomes the constant arbiter. This is where it goes wrong. I recently had an organization call me and they're like, oh, we're a vision-led organization. We believe in values. I'm like, awesome, what are they? Hang on a second, I'll pull it up on the website. I'm like, that's like me saying married, but I can't name my spouse when you ask me. I'm like, nope, let me look it up real quick. You're not values-driven if you don't know them. So what are some of your values? Back there, stopped y'all right at the two tables. Ask them for some of their personal values. I'm going to share those. That's part of it here. Broaden your definition of a leader. Why do I say that? Because if one more person raises their hand in a workshop and goes, but I'm not a leader. Yes, you are. I like the dare to lead definition of a leader. A human that commits to seeing the potential in others and helping them reach it. Not about title, not about a development plan, not about your business card. Just decide I'm going to move through. So that works better for me. And then down at the bottom, include your followers. How many of you have thought about that over the years? You're like, I'm a great leader, and then have you looked at, are you a good follower? I'm always the best follower, because I wanted to be the leader. I might sound helpful, but sometimes I might be a little undermining. I had to work on that too. Followership is becoming as important as work on. So do you have those skills? And if you don't, like send me an email later on and say, what book do you think I should read? And I will tell you. But I'll try and make sure I get it right in your resource email so you don't have to chase me. Let's talk about what do you do first. You have to connect to the individuals. And this is where things are different these days. I love organizational values. What are some of yours that you could yell out to me? The company you work for, what's one of your values? This is where you give my sick vocal cords a tiny break. Cool. What does that mean to you as an employee there? Why is that important to you? I love that. That's a really broad definition of integrity. Now she's connected. What's another value of the organization you might work for or one you worked for in the past? Well, hi, new person in the new role. That's exciting. I love that. And that's the important thing, because all of us have seen somewhere that has values up on the wall and then the employees aren't acting like that. They're like, one of these things is not like the other. It's from an HR perspective, when people would go, we need a handbook, and I'm like, are you going to follow it? Because if you don't follow it, don't have one. Same thing with values. If you're not going to follow them, don't have them painted up somewhere. Because then it becomes a credibility issue. I love that you're noticing it and noticing that it's being followed. The first step is asking people what they value. Instead of telling them what they should value for the company, this is a piece that we're missing. So when I got to two tables in the back, in between on the break, and said, when you go to bed at night, you put your head on the pillow, and it's just you in the middle of the night, what words are important to you? And the words that came up were love, family, integrity. What are other ones now that we have all of you? There's no right answer and wrong answer. When you go to sleep at night, what words are you just not going to compromise while you're on this earth? Purity. Keep going. Family. I know. Honesty. Keep going. You don't have to put a question mark behind your values because they're yours. So honesty is a great one. What else? Respect. What else? Courage. That's one of mine. We can be twinsies. What else? I'm sorry. I'm still not hearing. I'm sorry. Compassion. Thank you. My ears are clogged with this cold too, so it's not. What else? What was it? Loyalty? That's different for me. Like there's devotion and loyalty. Why would I want to ask you your personal values at work? Does it change how I lead you? It should. Does it change how you might interact with someone? My values are service and courage. When you do some of the work that I do, we get to 2. Why don't I have 17? Because I can't remember them. I have ADHD, like 2. That's what I can remember. Because I want every decision to come from those values. So get ready, because there's more participation coming. You ready? When you're in the place of loyalty, was over here, right? What's a behavior that you do when you're being loyal? What are you doing? We're going to see if this will let me roam a little. So she's not looking for another job and she's happy where she's at. That's a big deal for me to know those personal values. If you lead me and I value service and courage, what's a kind of job if you gave me I'd probably not like? I value service and courage. I value helping others, making a difference, and being brave. What kind of job might I hate? I did hate accounting. I accidentally got into accounting and an unfortunate decision making on the hiring manager's part and mine. And it was a lot of fun for about 3 months, and I've never been so excited to transfer to payroll. I was like, ooh, I hated payroll, so I went to accounting, and now I'm like, cool, payroll sounds awesome. I just wasn't good at it. Because I thought if you reconciled within 20%, that was close enough. Yeah, you don't want me in your accounting department. I need to be at HR where the gray area is okay to play in. Now ask yourself another question. What happens when you're in recharge mode? You're exhausted, you're tired, you're mad that someone questions your credibility. You feel like you're not in your values. What kind of behaviors happen? And you're giving me that really thoughtful nod. So are you willing to share one of your bad habits in the room? No. If I value service and courage and I'm tired, and let's say Tammy's in a tough situation at work and I'm like, la la la, maybe someone else will help her. Maybe it will go away. Maybe if it happens again, I'll do something. That's a sketchy behavior. It tells me like, oh, you're leaving your values. The leader, can that change the dynamic at work? You were able to go, Linda normally values service and courage, and she's thinking, well, what today I'm going to check. Instead of just acting like it doesn't matter. Because until I ask you what you care about, it's not fair to ask you to care about what I care about. That's a miss on our part. So back here, 3 people in a row said love. Love, gratitude was another one. Gratitude, blessing. The family was over here in love. If someone values gratitude and works for me, I better be telling them thank you. I cannot overlook that. So the second thing we do is also the fact that I'm very excited. No redeeming value for that slide otherwise. The second thing we do is we plug into the organization. Now we say, when Linda's in service and courage and she's working with diversity, equity, integrity, teamwork, compassion, what does she do? If I'm at home, plugged into the family values. So opportunities and obstacles, what gets in the way of your values? What can make you feel like you're not in your values at work? Are you tired? Are you frustrated? Time, lack of time. Yeah, none of us feel bad when there's plenty of time. I just don't know when the last time any of us had plenty of time was. I kept waiting for it. So time starts making you feel pressure. Then what happens? So the head gets started. Who's been on that little tour? Your brain's like, oh, I see you being reasonably relaxed and focused. Let's go on a little head trip here. Perhaps we should worry about the following 72 things. And by the time your brain says, no, I'm going to relax and I'll get to that email tomorrow, that person will second request, won't they? Right about the time you're like, it's okay to not be all caught up, and you're all zen, 5 people in a row, like big red exclamation point on the email. Read, I just wanted to follow up. We go, when you think about that, tensile strength, that last one, you try and stay on the line, you won't be as strong. Like if Tammy and I are friends, great, but what about all of you? What if we were all interconnected? And one of us makes a mistake. A lot easier for us to hold up the whole thing, right? Unless we're in one of those places where we're like, oh, you made a mistake. Let's point that out to everybody. Let's include 27 people on the email to discuss it. Let's make sure when we hit reply, oh, we had 10 of our closest friends. And we wonder why we sometimes feel like we're not being appreciated. It's not a bad thing. So now the values up here belong to companies that are in this room, here and there. What I want you to think about is how we tie together. So integrity was on multiple companies, relationships, courage. How do your values show up there? So if I value love, and I work at a company that values integrity and relationships, is that a cool way to combine? If I can celebrate that that person values love, they're going to be amazing to our stakeholders. If I say things like, oh, love's not really a work thing, and I tell them to hide that, or I tell them to just follow the organizational, they'll start disconnecting. People come to humans. A lot going. What about the second one? Diversity, equity, belonging, and inclusivity. We've heard a lot about this in the last year. We have seen new statements. We've seen new committees. How do our values fit in there? I believe in service and courage. I get to have some really tough conversations about diversity and equity. To explain, hey, these are the pronouns they use. Maybe I use pronouns so that people feel comfortable. I use she, her, and they, them. What are we doing to educate ourselves on words or phrases that are problematic in business so that we don't use those? I don't mean the big slurs that we're all like, yes, you should not say that. I mean business terms with some problematic origins. Understanding the history that he spoke about earlier, like that shooter job. You didn't know what he was talking about and came in with that. I think so. Over here, transparency and commercial focus. Is anyone from Chesapeake in here? Because that was off of yours. So hi, you're my Chesa friends, because that's where I worked when I moved to Oklahoma. So that's why I put it. Do I need emotional intelligence to meet those values? I do. Sometimes transparency doesn't mean without discretion. It doesn't mean without tact. It doesn't mean without confidentiality. It doesn't mean talk in places where people overhear you about business transparency. Because the commercial focus could be all a part of helping people with their values. Someone that believes in love and communication, I might need to help them out there and go, loving this transaction is about confidentiality. A lot at one time. So the third step in this values connect is connecting it to your stakeholder. And a lot of companies don't do that. This is a way to make your values part of your value proposition. Make it part of your competitive advantage. To say to stakeholders, to customers, to vendors, to your community, this is how our values impact you. Because it's nice when they're internal. What if you could tell people this is what it means? So like when you say loyalty, you told me what it means to you, right? And if she's in a partnership with someone, don't you think they need her definition of loyalty? And if I am her friend, don't you think I need to understand her definition of loyalty? Imagine the conflict by knowing people's values. I'm not sure, she's like over there like, hey. I don't know if you've seen the YouTube of a little girl, she's about 2 years old and she's having a meltdown, crying. And you know which one I'm talking about? And her grandma's like, baby, let me take your picture. And that little 2-year-old goes, yeah. And then goes right back to the temper tantrum. I'm like, I'm good, that's me. So I didn't mean to mess up your jam, you're just having some fun. So now we're going to connect with our stakeholders. So this example, normally I would be like, bad PowerPoint form to have all those words. One of my business values is adventure. This is how we define adventure at my company. Because we're thinking about apprehension. We're thinking about change. So all cool and good, you've all defined your values too. This is not like, ooh, but here's how we take it a step further. Because the next slide tells our clients what they will experience when the value adventure wraps around them. You have your vision, you have your values, but if you will tie your personal values into the organization, you will consider doing this as people enter your life. Do this with your children. Your children know your 1 or 2 or 3 values, and every decision comes from it, right? Your family, your business. So when you think about this, I want to tell me some of the thoughts going through your head, like tying these together. How would this change the workplace? How would this change how people experience the workplace? How would this change the personal experience? So I want to hear your thoughts for a second, so I'll come down here. The next step of the elevation is I start picking you randomly, so places that are far away. Things that are on your mind when you think about values, when you think about who you are. Because this isn't about your. Tell me about that. What does that feel like for you? So she said she wants to be valued. The next thing, when people tell you things about that, don't say, oh, okay. Go, what does that mean to you? What does it look like to you? What does it sound like to you? Part of the team, heard. Share ideas so we can grow together. And sometimes people kind of look at me like, well, isn't that obvious? And I'm like, well, if it was obvious, we wouldn't be having workshops. Right? Do we get shut down sometimes? Absolutely. So valued and heard and participatory. What else are you thinking? What's the most fulfilling thing about your day when you're at work? What's one of the most fulfilling things that happens today for you? What? Did she say lunch? Which, you know, some days lunch is the best thing. Extra caffeine, best thing. And part of what you're saying there is, right, that breaks the ice in the room. It's funny because we all thought it, but we're afraid to say things like that, right? Sometimes I've had days where I'm like, the coffee at 7 o'clock this morning was the last good thing that happened, thanks. And on other days, what's the most fulfilling thing that you get to do? What gives you that moment of like, yeah, I'm doing the right thing at the right time? Everybody wants to feel needed. What's one of your values? Just a little bit, a tiny bit. Because really, you just. I love that. That's like perfectionist tendencies that let me get a word and lock it in my head in case she calls on me. So, just quality of it. I love that. Appreciated is nice. So, when you're not feeling like you're appreciated, what is someone doing? Disconnect. This is critical. If I had enough people, my team is very small. We had name tags, I would put our values on our name tags. Not the organization values. I would put the individual values. So that when you and I are in a meeting together, and I go, I will make this up, so if you don't value it, just smile and nod, okay? She values risk and change. I'm like, and I value service and courage. We need someone in here that values stability and structure. Or we're gonna like do this cool visionary stuff that has no plan underneath it. See how you use it to build a team? Or if I come in a team and everybody values logic and rational thought and like engineering principles, I'm gonna be like, hey, you need some visionaries over here. Sometimes the problem with change is that we put the person that hates change the most in charge of it. Instead of just going, if you don't like it, why don't you help us risk manage the change? And the person over here that changes their living room around because they're bored, that would be me. And likes change for the sake of it. Yeah. So as you kind of go forward here, the ROI is that individuals connect on a personal level. I really became a much better employee and leader when I stopped believing there was personal Linda and work Linda, and then there's equestrian Linda, then there's kayaker Linda. That's my most unprofessional setting. Kayaker Linda is like the most unprofessional setting. And just went to, there's human being Linda, and she cares a lot, she believes in service and courage, she really wants to be excellent but not a perfectionist. She's enough. Game changer. And how much I could produce, that went up. How happy I was while I was producing it, that went up. Instead of just being locked into, am I perfect, am I enough? Organizational values are alive and dynamic. When I send you your resource email, I am going to recommend a couple of books to you. And then, because we don't always learn the same way. If you're not a book reader, I'll give you the blogs. If you're not a blog person, I'll give you the audio. If you're not an audio person, I'll give you the YouTube videos. Fair? And then I'm going to give you a way to take your team through this exercise. I will give you the worksheets, everything. So that you would know, you don't have to be the boss of the team. Y'all could just sit down at lunch, since we've established lunch is a good time of day, and do this together. Use it with your family. And the communities of connection. When your stakeholders, when your customers, when your vendors are connected to you, they're less likely to leave. They're less likely to shop over every single little thing. You build these relationships and people stay with you. Then you nurture them. And all of that matters. So when you work with a landowner, when you work with someone that's worked with you before, when you help me on that phone call and then I remember that the next time, and I go, oh yeah, she didn't laugh at me when I had a question. That's a big deal. So I hope that all of you have taken today, because I looked across the topics in the agenda, and that you're thinking about your growth as individuals, you're thinking about your professional growth inside of your companies, and you're thinking about the amazing work that this industry does in Oklahoma. So know that I'm grateful for what y'all do. I think you have one of the harder jobs. I'd rather be out in the drilling rig all day long than what you do. I feel like you're so much smarter than me, what you do. So what can you do? Economics of Higher Purpose from Dr. Robert Quinn and Angel Thakur. Here's Lead from Brene Brown about being brave at work. I really love that, especially in our industry. Some of her earlier books are very warm and fuzzy. More warm and fuzzy than our industry was prepared for. Here's Lead is about the coaching mindset. It's not therapeutic, it's not clinical. Coaching mindset. And then Ann Rhodes, Built on Values. Ann Rhodes helped establish culture at Southwest Airlines, Johns Hopkins, and JetBlue. So her values blueprint is another one. I wanted you to have values from multiple perspectives. Because it might work for you from Brene Brown, and then it might work for you from someone else. That is a ton of stuff really fast. So questions for me, comments, ideas. And I know you're tired and it's the end of the day. I'm going to ask you to completely save me from neuroticism tonight going, why didn't anybody ask a question? Pick one up. Deal? It's hard to be up here. So I want to come down and make sure that you have what you need on that resource email. So what are your takeaways from our time together? And what do you hope is in the resource email? Yes, ma'am, with your great bag. I'm such a sucker for a structured tote. Yes? I'll repeat this, so don't worry if you get here. So you have to. That was a good addition. So I will tell you that I eventually had to sit down and talk to my IT department, and I just had them send all my emails at 9 o'clock the next morning, so that I could work and clean out my email and blah, blah, blah. But I wasn't making people feel like they needed to work at night, right? So I did that because what happened was an urban legend developed that I expected those emails to be answered. I didn't. That's just when I like to work. So that's one suggestion. So if you didn't hear her, she's asking about You have that Zen moment of, I cannot answer every email every day. This will wait till tomorrow. And then about the time she says that, here comes the follow-up. I'm like, So the first thing is, I will tell you, say to yourself and say it out loud. Is this an actual fire? Start there. It could be, right? At least it's gone bad, something's gone wrong, it is an actual fire, but how often is it an actual fire? 1 out of how rare? You know, when I went on vacation recently, my assistant was like, who should I forward to you at 10 o'clock at night? I'm like, I'm not a trauma surgeon. I don't know what people need at 10 o'clock at night for leadership development, but it's not me, right? I'm not on call. Now, of course, I would answer it. I don't want you to hear that like I don't care about my clients. But it's also teaching people reasonable expectations. We keep saying we want you to have work-life balance, and we keep sending emails at that hour, kind of acting like we don't. But a valuable task, because we don't know how to prioritize anymore because everything's on fire. Say to yourself, is this an actual fire? This is a coaching technique I use with clients. Mommy, we're out of milk. Is this an actual fire? No one's going to die of a vitamin D deficiency before tomorrow morning. I will pick up milk on the way home tonight. I am out of insulin. Go to Walgreens now. Right? Like, that's a big deal. Milk can wait till tomorrow. But sometimes we get so caught up in, I was going to buy milk and I forgot. And why don't I ever remember? And why can't I be as organized as her? Like, I made Tammy send me a spreadsheet one time because it was so good. I'm like, please hear what he's. Because it actually made me feel completely unqualified. She was that organized. Great one. Any other questions, statements, comments before we give away a television? I know. You're like, no, let's give away a television. Other thoughts from this day, this hour? What's rumbling around in your heads? And is there anything you hope is in that resource email that I can send you? There won't be cash. We're giving away cash today. Yep. So if her wish list is in there. So I will give you a step-by-step how to value connect your team to your organizational leadership. It will have a worksheet that you can print and hand them and go fill this in. It's that well done. Because even if it's at home, all of us doing this work, right? Just a little bit at a time. Thank you for that. Thank you for letting me be here today. Thanks for not laughing at the Kathleen Turner action here on my little throaty voice. And I appreciate what you're doing in the state. Please come by and ask me any questions afterwards. We're ready to give away some toys. Let's do this. Thank you. Stop like this, yell at you. Oh, look, there are pretty bags and everything. Oh, that's even better. And then there's like a stick. Like, how does that okay, am I drawing?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm just going to lay that over because you all know the minute I walk away, it's going to go blank. Hang on, let me turn mine off or we're going to get some feedback.
So I had a few people come up to me saying that they wanted their names drawn, so I need you to do it.
Raise your hand if you want me to draw your
How many
name.
people told me that, right? Andy, you can't get it anymore. No.
Or are you like out once you win something?
Well, he's won 3 times.
Really?
So we'll do this one
You
first.
need to walk around like touching people.
$50 cash.
$50.
$50. So what? If you can read the last 4 numbers, I would.
This is like a 50-year-old here. Just
Can you?
no, I can do this. 6594 607.
Oh, there he is. There he is.
Raise your hand, so you don't really want the $50? Is that it? Just checking.
Nice.
Now does he say how many?
Now we're doing $100. $100.
This is like better and better. Tell me when to stop. Whoop. Whoop. We're not going to sacrifice. Okay. We're going to let this one down. All right, ready? 6594, which apparently is everybody. 60. 1. I know that's really close. That's only really.
Oh, awesome, Lisa.
Wait till she comes back and just be like,
Yeah, they'll be like, you just won $100.
yeah, but you weren't here and you had to be present.
We gotta put it back. We'll tell her that. We'll just be playing. She won.
All right, let's do this.
Okay, we're gonna do the Google Nest. So now you'll have names.
Oh.
The thermostat, the Google Nest thermostat, yes.
In case you wondered, you can often, do things like turn on your garage door light or turn up the heater when you're in another country and your spouse doesn't know. Just saying. Those Nest thermostats are a lot of fun if you're business traveling. Lisa Schneider. Good job, Lisa. So I was in Canada one time and kept heating the house up, and my husband would turn it down and I'd heat the house back up. He'd turn it down and I'd heat the house back up. So about the 4th time he texted, he's like, "Are you playing with the thermostat?"
Now we have a Ring doorbell.
Ooh. Oh. 5 letters. Starts with an S. Haha. Didn't see that coming. Scott Davis.
He's online.
He's online.
Yeah.
And see, you think you don't win if you're.
Winner Scott Davis.
Yay, Scott Davis. And that's their. Like, hi. Being all organized. Don't you know I'm supposed to take the names on?
We have an iWatch. It's the 3 series. Silver in color. Lucky winners.
Donna, of the last name I'll probably mess up. Is it Clo or Plow? Or... Did I get it right? He was close?
Donna Cloud.
That's very nice. If you do not want it,
We have
No, I'm just making sure.
AirPods.
So we have AirPods.
I'm going all the way to the bottom if you were thinking no one's going to call my name. Okay, is Jessica Davis related to You're welcome. But you don't forget that one, do you?
So now we're at the 42-inch television.
Some of you probably don't know me. Some little cars out there in the park.
This is McCoy. Good job, Liz. I'll let you guys.
Okay, so this is our 50-50 raffle charity thing. We actually raised $645. So the person will get $322.50, whoever gets this awesome little dad.
I love that I'm excited even though I don't know most of the people in here. I'm just like, ooh, I'm so excited for you person. Thanks. Oh. Even though. Seriously. Well, Donna. Like, she cleaned up today. Y'all, this was so nice of you. Thank you. Right?
thank you so much for coming out. Let's give Tammy a big hand for all the hard work that she's done for this whole event. Thank you, Tammy, it was awesome. Like she said before, please drop off your name tags, so that we can keep those for next time. And if you want to be on the board, let us know. We would love to have you. All right, y'all have a good evening.